To go.
Okay, well, welcome everybody. It's nice to see everybody back here on the City Council meeting. This is the regular City Council meeting at 6 p.m. on Wednesday, August 11, 2021. And we have our Hawaiian shirts and other vacation attire to commemorate the short break that we just took from council meetings in the previous several weeks. So I invite you. Well, let's see here. We need to have a roll call first.
Yes. Councilmember Hinsey?
Here.
Councilmember Lines?
Here.
Councilmember Mosca?
I'm here.
Deputy Mayor Kranz?
Here.
And Mayor Blakespear?
Here.
Record will show that all members of the City Council are present. And just for all of you that are joining our meeting, it's not time for you to speak, can you please make sure your microphones are muted and your video is off? Thank you very much.
Okay, so now I invite you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, now we have some announcements about the agenda. So if you're here for various agenda items, we're going to announce this several times throughout the meeting so that people catch it. But let's go ahead and talk about the things we will not be talking about today.
Roy, do you want to go first and then I'll go after you?
Yes, good evening, Mayor, council members. We are pulling item number 10. 10B, the inclusionary ordinance. We are pulling that item. We received the correspondence this afternoon from one of the developers for a residential care facility that was recently approved by the Planning Commission. We would like some additional time to evaluate the content of that letter with our legal counsel and then return on September 22nd with recommendations on this item.
And then items 10D as in dog and 10E. The first 10D was a public hearing to introduce City Council ordinances 2021-10, 2021-11, and 2021-12. And these are proposed amendments to establish parking standards. And this is related to the fifth cycle housing element. And then the second item, which was public hearing and introduction of City Council ordinance 2021-13, which proposes municipal code amendments to implement a climate action plan related commercial building energy efficiency and renewable energy and building decarbonization. Both those public hearings have been continued to a date certain of August 18th, 2021. The City Council meeting, which begins at 6 o'clock p.m. And both of these items appeared on the agenda only because they were legally noticed. So again, those two items will appear on the August 18th City Council agenda.
Okay, thank you for the update. Now we have a statement. Our special presentation and proclamation, the first one of two, is a statement from Congressman Levin read on the floor of Congress in honor of former Councilmember Jody Hubbard. And we have Francine Busby here from his office. There she is, appearing on screen. And I will turn it over to you, Francine.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to honor Jody tonight on behalf of Congressman Levin. The Congressman actually read this statement on the floor of Congress, and we have this this document also to present to Jody's mother as a memento from this. Much of what I'm going to say may sound familiar to those of you who have heard other tributes to Jody. The special thing is that the Congressman took his time on the floor to honor her. It is now forever commemorated in the record as a statement for Congress. Mike Levin of California rose on June 24th and said, "Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Jody Hubbard, a former Encinitas City Council member who passed away on June 7th, 2021, after a courageous battle with cancer. Jody's lifelong dedication to the environment pushed her to serve her community, first as an engaged citizen, then as a planning commissioner, and finally as an elected city council member and deputy mayor of the city of Encinitas from 2018 to 2020. 2018 to 2020. She led the fight for city transportation projects, including new protected bike lanes along Coast Highway 101. She leaves a personal legacy of popular spaces where people walk, run, and bicycle safely, including the Coastal Rail Trail and Leucadia Streetscape. She was an avid body surfer and cyclist, especially around her community of Cardiff by the Sea along the scenic northern coast of San Diego County. She had an infectious smile and was a crucial member of the Encinitas community. A Southern California native, Jody started her career as a certified public accountant with large public accounting firms, followed by 15 years as a chief financial officer and vice president of finance in the construction and mortgage industries. She then began her own business to provide long care planning to serve families and providing for care of parents and grandparents. Jody Hubbard will long be remembered by her mother, Joanne, her many friends, and everyone she touched. Signed, Congressman Levin. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Francine. That's very touching and important, and we're so glad that you shared that with us here at the City Council and that he did that on the floor of Congress. So please pass along our gratitude to him for making that gesture.
I certainly will. Thank you, and have a great meeting.
Thank you. Okay, our next presentation is the presentation of the Senior Citizen of the Year and the Lifetime Achievement Award winners. And I have some things to say here about these people who are very impressive people, and I'm thrilled that we're able to honor them here at this City Council meeting. So the City of Encinitas Senior Citizen Commission, in partnership with the Encinitas Rotary Club, is pleased to recognize the award recipients for the 2020 Senior Citizen of the Year Award and Lifetime Achievement Award. This awards program, which began in 2014, is designed to identify and celebrate people who have selflessly contributed to the City of Encinitas as a senior citizen role model. I'm pleased to announce that Rhonda Krakow has been selected for the Senior Citizen of the Year Award, and Ann Olmstead has been selected for the Lifetime Achievement Award. So let me tell you just a little bit about both of them. Rhonda's commitment to the community is impressive. She ensures hot meals and toiletries for the needy. She also volunteers her time serving on the San Diego Regional Human Trafficking Advisory Council and is secretary of the San Diego Interfaith Ministerial Association. Rhonda is an active member of the San Diego United Methodist Women Organization and serves as a teacher's aide at Paul Ecke Elementary School. So I'd like to give a big round of applause to you, Rhonda, and invite you to say a few words.
Well, thank you very much for this special honor. I'm humbled by this award, but you know, I represent my sisters of United Methodist Women and all the great works that they do. And so I'm just happy to share that our motto is loving our neighbor and serving the least of these. That's just what we do. So thank you so much for this special award. I'm very blessed. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Rhonda. Thank you for all you do in our community. It is so vitally important.
Thank you.
Okay, and next we have Ann, and Ann Olmstead is there. I see her on the screen. I'm glad that you're there. Hello, Ann. She is a very active member as president of the League of Women Voters of North County, San Diego, with a strong devotion to civic service for the common good. She serves as legislative director for housing and homelessness. She continues to support the Bataquitos Lagoon Foundation and Coastal Community Foundation, which she co-founded. Some notable achievements include serving 6 years as a member of the Encinitas City Council and as mayor in 1989. So she knows what it's like to be sitting in the seats and making these decisions. And led a 15-year campaign to build a new city library, the Encinitas City Library. She secured dozens of volunteers to support the Encinitas Lions, quote, gift of sight day, and raised money for the El Camino Quilters Guild. So I would like to invite you, Ann, to say a few words as well. Oh, you're on mute.
I got it. Thank you very much, Catherine. I appreciate that. And thank you very much to the Senior Citizens Commission and the Encinitas Rotary Club for selecting me for this great honor. I am delighted to be the representative of the many people who worked on all of the projects that I am even given honor for, because there were many, many of them. The joy of living in Encinitas, I think, is that there are so many people who are willing to work on projects that will make the community better. And it makes me very happy that our work is being acknowledged in this way. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Anne. We want to recognize it's a Lifetime Achievement Award, your many years and decades of commitment to our community with public service, and also all the volunteering and spearheading of important community things like our library. So thank you so much for all that you've done for Encinitas.
Thank you.
And I think there was a luncheon today as well. I don't know if that
Yes.
would change.
Can I share with you the award that you all awarded to me? I think it's just beautiful.
It is beautiful.
Isn't that lovely?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And I had the opportunity to stand in for you, Mayor Blakespear, at that meeting at the Elks Lodge. I would like to thank the Encinitas Rotary Club for their hospitality and for their sponsorship of these awards. And as I mentioned at that meeting, my gratitude to both of these folks, as well as all of the people who volunteer to make our city great, is greatly appreciated.
Well, thank you. All right, one more round of applause for you both. All right, well, thank you, thank you. All right, next on our agenda, we have our oral communications.
Yes, Mayor, we do have several. And I just remind our speakers, when I call your name, please make sure to unmute your microphone, and then you will have 3 minutes. Our first speaker is Gerald Kessler. Make sure she's on.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, 1 second here. I gotta shut my door so my family doesn't listen. Alrighty, here we go. Okay, I would like to discuss the Staver project on Melba that is slated to put up 31 homes on 6.6 acres and tear down a grove of mature Torrey pines, 210 other trees, a historical home built in 1938, which is adjacent to the last rural horse farm in Encinitas, a preschool, it's next to Oakcrest Middle School, the Boys and Girls Club and Garden, and Oakcrest Park. I have recently learned that Oakcrest Park is home to gnatcatchers and a rare endangered plant called Bucarius vanessa, something like that, along with the iconic Del Mar manzanita trees, which are endangered. I had no idea this hidden gem was in my backyard. This brings me to the disconnect with this project slated to squeeze 31 homes on 6.6 acres next to a sensitive ecosystem unique to any place in Encinitas. Brian Staver and Pasco Laredo just put forth their second submission with very few changes from the initial one. Brian had met with several neighbors and seemed receptive to the minimal changes that we asked for. But after reading the second submission, we realized that Brian did only this to satisfy what the city had asked him, working with the neighbors. It's very disheartening. As I mentioned before, the soil is filled with toxins for many years on those greenhouses that were present on the property. And the new plans, Brian Staver does not address any safe way of moving these toxins. It's disturbing that the project has gotten this far in the process with no oversight or environmental consideration to these sensitive habitats. Again, I am asking both the city and the county to work with the neighborhood in preservation of this piece of Staver property. Perhaps work with the botanical gardens to protect both Oakcrest Park and that small Staver piece of property. Please do the right thing for the community and your council's legacy. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Dew.
Yes, hi. Good evening, Mayor Blakespear and City Council. My name is Kevin, and I'm the poet of the Cleaner for Kids Youth Board. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you, the City of Encinitas, for leading the county in important actions to reduce air pollution and greenhouse gases. Thanks for setting a 100% renewable energy goal and purchasing the renewable energy from a nonprofit so that the community benefits. I read somewhere that you set a goal to reduce all greenhouse emissions by 2030, and I've already reduced massive amounts of air pollution, an estimated 142 metric tons of carbon dioxide emission by replacing gas-powered leaf blowers with electric ones. Thank you again. Tonight, I want you to ask you to take additional actions listed on our action plan on the homepage of cleanearthforkids.org, our website, to reduce greenhouse gases and predict our health and climate. To protect clean air, it would be helpful if there was an educational campaign to educate people that wood fires are a big source of particle pollution or air pollution that can trigger life-threatening asthma attacks. Asthma attacks or asthma is the #1 reason children miss school and the 3rd leading reason why kids under 15 are hospitalized. In adults, chronic air pollution can lead to COPDs like emphysema, something you'd usually see in heavy smokers, and is linked to cancer as well as other health problems. San Diego County already has the 7th worst ozone in the US, with an F rank in ozone and a D rank in particulate matter pollution, according to the American Lung Association. We would be more than happy to work with you on educational campaigns and post no idling signs in the city and parks where children's art to remind people to turn off their engines when they are parked. There's a lot of things we can do, like protecting and planting more trees and native plants, restoring wetlands, and protecting open space. For more information about what we do, you can check our resources on cleanearthforkids.org. Again, that's cleanearthforkids.org. Encinitas has shown strength and leadership. We know that you will boldly make decisions that must be made to protect our well-being and future. Thank you again, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kevin. Our next speaker is Ali Hosseini.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh, perfect. Good evening to you all. Awesome. My name is Ali Hosseini, and I live at 2155 Manchester Avenue in Cardiff for the past 21 years. And I came to the City Council meeting on May 8th, 2019 for the project case number is 14-297 V as a Victor /DR/CDP. Because of the COVID, my project fell behind. I had an older gentleman engineer, he decided to retire. Anyhow, make a long story short, I had to hire some new folks to help me out on it. I paid the city extension for the extension of $1,085 in July 22nd. And I like to get extension for about 15 months if it's possible. That was during the period when COVID hit us hard and couldn't do much. I hope you grant me that extension for that. The second thing I was going to bring up in here is the City Council to remove a condition on my project. It says, line the sewer main from my approval. And just I don't know if you're aware of that or not. What does line the sewer main means? I don't know if some of you may know it, some of you may not. When I came to the City Council on May 8th, 2019, I did not know what it really meant. And I asked my engineer what it means. He said it probably means you have to just send a camera in it before the project starts, and then make sure after the project ends, and then re-camera it again, just make sure everything's A-okay. Make a long story short, I went through a lot of pain talking to the city engineers, and the whole thing means totally something else. And I want the City Council again to remove this condition. I'm dedicating 1 extra foot of my property to the city as an easement, which makes the total of 5 feet, not to disturb the 10-inch clay pipe sewer trunk. I'm putting a shoring wall 5 feet away from this pipe to prevent any kind of a ground movement. You know, in the easement area, there's nothing in there. Area is clear. In addition, for your information, there is a 90 feet long retaining wall that the neighbor put right on top of this pipe from the alley to the street, okay, on the south side. Again, if anything were supposed to happen while I'm doing construction, probably this wall would fall down first before I actually damage the sewer pipe. You with me? So under the easement rule, the city has the right to access the area, repair the area, maintain the area, and replace the sewer pipe. I must be kept out of any kind of responsibility to this sewer line. It is not justified, and it's not right, and it's not fair. My first application for this construction was.
Excuse me, your 3 minutes is up.
Okay. I just need resolution for this, and please assist me on this, okay? I thank you for that. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Wilcox. Mark, you can start when ready.
Okay, there we go. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm very concerned with the hiring of HDL as a consultant for Encinitas, as noted on page 3 of the staff report. We first heard about the hiring of HDL at the Planning Commission meeting in May, where it was noted that this consultant was assisting the staff in the planning department. My objections are that HDL has strong ties to Sacramento marijuana lobbyists and marijuana company consultants. HDL provides services to cities and to potential marijuana business applicants who want assistance with California City's application process. They are often called the kingmakers of the cannabis world. Is it wise to have a company assisting the city staff to craft the marijuana application process, who also assist marijuana companies along the path on the application process in cities, perhaps even including Encinitas? Will Encinitas's work with HDL contribute to the growing number of stories regarding corruption in the marijuana permitting world? Recently, a KPBS story revealed the amount of money coming from marijuana consultants to city elected officials and staff. Over the past year, marijuana businesses described themselves as cannabis capitalists on their websites, as they unapologetically exhibit the amount of money they are spending to curry favor with city councils and their staff. Just last month, the title began to morph from cannabis capitalists to cannabis cronies to better describe their influence at the highest level in government to local backroom deals. I strongly recommend to the city council members that there be some very clear language in the city's municipal code regarding conflict of interest for city council members and staff and marijuana business applicants. And let's put a stop to this pay-to-play process. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dwayne Dietz. Dwayne, you can start when ready.
Mayor and council members, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I am relaying a message of great importance. The message to the public is from Dr. Ye Tao, an engineer with Harvard's Roland Center. Dr. Tao conceived a project called MEER Framework, which begins with the acronym MEER, standing for MEERS for Earth's Energy Rebalancing. Consider the many climate crisis threats. Dr. Tao argues the most urgent is thermal stress. If a house is on fire, the best strategy is to put out the fire first. Then topics of longer time scale should be addressed, such as improvements to enhance fire safety. The Green New Deal addresses matters on a longer time scale. An example of thermal stress consequence is flooding, because excess heat increases the moisture content of the atmosphere, inducing these extreme atmospheric events that result in flooding. We have to strategize to address the most serious problem first. That's why removing excess heat or preventing excess heat from continuing to accumulate in the biosphere is the #1 priority. Dr. Tao explains the most efficient way is not to worry about greenhouse gases at this time. A much simpler way is just to turn down the heat. The mirror framework can be given to the people. Mirrors are devices for directing sunlight. If the sun's rays are reflected back, they don't absorb in the biosphere. The mirror can act alone or be integrated into a system that serves other needs. Individual households can install their own mirror system that provides local cooling and also local power generation. The project team is in the process of making DIY booklets that can be given to the young people, showing how to plant small mirrors in their backyard. We can eventually get to the point where there is no more significant increase in greenhouse gases. At that point, additional manufacture of mirrors can cease. That is all I have to say from Dr. Tao. I have not mentioned mirror's secondary name, which follows a colon. It is reflection. The web address runs the words together, thus mirrorreflection.org. I urge the City Council to learn more about this novel and critical approach and help to spread the word. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liana Cortez.
Hello, my name is Leanna, and I'm here today on behalf of Clean for Kids, which is an environmental nonprofit here in Northern San Diego. To begin, I just wanted to say what an amazing job the City of Encinitas has done so far in terms of environmental policy. You guys have championed many initiatives, and I'm here specifically to talk about the ordinance to prohibit natural gas in new construction and some additions it needs and why it's important. So from its extraction, natural gas harms people's health, our air, water, and climate. This is known. And the pollution, however, there's the pollution of its transport, then the additional risk of leaks in homes, and then of course, the air pollution and methane created from gas stoves, specifically indoors. So it's not just the harmful pollution created as people may be cooking on gas stoves, but the problem starts at its source as well. As they're extracting the gas, transporting the gas, as well as having gas pipes going to the home, there's the burning of the gas on the gas stove, creating indoor air pollution, which is not good all the way around. And with electric and induction stove options, there's no reason to burn gas. And burning gas and fossil fuels has to change for a better future, which is known. And while Encinitas has been a leader in reducing greenhouse gases, they must now take the bold step to pass an ordinance to prohibit gas in new construction for the betterment of people, for our planet, now and for the future. And there must not be exclusions to the natural gas ordinance. Specifically, multi-family residences must be in this the gas ban ordinance. And to exclude them is to deny equity and environmental justice. Nobody wants a parent or a child to breathe the air pollution just from making dinner. And indoor air pollution from natural gas accumulates things like carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, and various pollutants that are harmful to not only children, but pregnant mothers and just families as a whole. So I urge you to include multifamily residences in the gas ban ordinance, as everyone needs an opportunity to be part of the solution in reducing our air pollution, methane, and greenhouse gases for a better future. It will additionally, Clean for Kids and I are working on a video to educate the public more about this, and we will also send it to the City of Encinitas to see as well. And I thank you for your time, and I hope to work with you all in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Donna Westbrook. Donna, you can start when ready.
There's 2 phone numbers. I'll try unmuting.
Donna, if you're present, can you please unmute your microphone? Kieran, is either one of those phone numbers Donna?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, we will move to our next speaker. No one's unmuting. The next speaker is Julie Thunder. Julie, you can start when ready.
Hi, can you hear me, Kathy?
Yes, we can, Julie.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's well known that our city is being overburdened by high-density promoting politicians in Sacramento who have never even visited Encinitas, know nothing about our culture, and care little for our town's beauty. Recently, lawmakers in Sacramento advanced 2 Senate bills that will be the death knell of our beach town, SB 9 and SB 10. Dozens of California cities have declared their opposition to these bills, and I'm here tonight to ask about the elephant in the room. Why hasn't this city council declared their opposition to SB 9 and SB 10? SB 9 and 10 target single-family neighborhoods, and coastal cities like ours that are mostly built out will pay the highest price. The blatant overreach these bills will hand over to state lawmakers is beyond the pale. And the worst part, neither of these bills requires any affordable housing. Yep, you heard that right. SB 9 is a drastic lot splitting bill, deceptively named a duplex bill, that will allow any single family lot to be divided and then replaced with up to 6 units. HOAs won't be able to prevent this, city zoning laws won't be able to stop it, and neighborhood letters of opposition will be filed away in a dusty bin. SB 10 is even worse. It allows 14-unit apartment buildings on any lot in any single family neighborhood. The only thing a developer has to do for approval from the state, not approval from Encinitas, is to declare the area's quote unquote jobs rich, a designation that has more loopholes than a fishing net. Both of these bills force intense densification onto cities and come with no environmental protections, no infrastructure improvements required of the developers, no fire safe zones, no fire zone restrictions, and cities are not allowed to require off-site improvements. The financial burden for those improvements will fall on local jurisdictions, not the developer. These bills further override any local ordinances and voter initiatives, ending the democratic process. These ordinances were meant to protect sensitive areas identified by communities of which Sacramento has no knowledge. Will we lose all our rights? The destruction of our open space, our urban canopy, permeable surfaces, and aquifers is a far worse environmental catastrophe than the urban sprawl vilified by SB 9 and 10 authors. It's time for this council to stand up for the taxpayers of Encinitas and declare their opposition to SB 9 and SB 10. Or please explain to all of us why you support these bills. There is no middle ground in the fight for Encinitas and its residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kathleen Lippitt. Kathleen, you have 3 minutes and you can start when ready.
Good evening, Council. Kathleen Lippitt here. In my capacity, sorry, let me mute this microphone. In my capacity of support for Coastal Communities Drug-Free Coalition, I strive to inform cities that have become victims of industry-funded outsider voter initiatives. The poison pills in these initiatives are many and often obscured even to the politically savvy. I respectfully suggest city staff prevent confusion on the part of the public or exploitation by marijuana attorneys by replacing vague or undefined text with specific text, providing map legends, including abbreviation definitions. Terms such as minor or major should refer to specific thresholds that indicate when they meet the criteria for either. A minor amendment should specifically refer to one that narrowly focuses and it has no collateral impact. Page 4 of the staff report asserts future construction for cannabis businesses will be, quote, largely, which is a vague term of little value, be within existing buildings involving minor new construction without significant environmental effect. A 2019 California Supreme Court ruled against the city of San Diego for similar language. However, because it failed to meet the definition of projects as asserted by the city. However, the history of marijuana businesses locating within existing structures has required significant premise changes, and the activities within those premises were beyond significant. The last paragraph of page 4 asserts that the California Bureau of Cannabis Control will determine whether each business application has the potential to generate significant adverse environmental impacts pursuant to CEQA. That statement is not factually based. The BCC's mission and focus is to support the interests of the industry. It has turned a blind eye to adverse environmental or community impacts. If the city is serious about protecting residents, sensitive uses, and community-friendly businesses, it needs to set up its own system of protections. State agencies have not and will not be of any assistance in preventing, mitigating, or holding marijuana businesses accountable for negative impacts. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Just one more time, Donna Westbrook. Donna, if you are present, there is someone on the line. Donna, if that's you, please unmute your microphone. All right, doesn't look like Donna is present, so that does conclude oral communications.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to everyone who spoke. Let's go over the changes to the posted agenda again in case anybody came in late.
Okay, Roy, you can go first.
And we did not have closed session, so we do not have a report for closed session.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. We are pulling item 10B. We did receive a letter this afternoon from a developer of a residential care project that was recently approved by the Planning Commission. We are asking for some time to review that correspondence, and we'll come back to City Council on September 22nd with recommendations and responses to those two issues raised in that letter.
And then items 10D and 10E, both are public hearings. The first one is regarding parking standards to implement Program 3A of the 5th Cycle Housing Element. And the second is to implement measures in the city's climate action plan related to green building standards. Both of those public hearings have been continued to a date certain of August 18, 2021. Both of these items appeared on the agenda because they were legally noticed. And again, both of those public hearings, item 10D and 10E, are continued to August 18th.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have a consent calendar in front of us.
Okay, so the consent calendar, items 8C have been pulled by the public. Donna, are you on the line? Donna Westbrook? Donna had requested to pull items 8D, G, I, and J, but it does not look like she is on the line. And that is it for the consent calendar.
Okay, well, let's hear the speakers for item 8C, and then we will see if Donna comes back on after that.
Okay, did you want to approve the rest of the consent calendar?
I'll
Yes.
move approval of the balance of the rest of the consent calendar.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second.
Yes, I mean, it's just a little slow tonight.
Oh, it's okay.
Mayor, I did want to make a comment. I didn't want to pull 8D, but I did want to comment that I'm very excited to see that that the Trail 95 along El Camino del Norte, that we have our bid documents ready to go. That's designed. Bid documents are ready to go to market, and so hopefully we're going to get a contractor. Many contractors are going to bid below what we budgeted this for. And they're going to come on board and do a great job for us to get that trail done as soon as possible. So I just want to say thank you to city staff for moving this out as quickly as possible. We just discussed this in our budget discussions, and it's already before us and moving forward. So thank you.
Yes, thank you for highlighting that. Good work.
All right, so we'll go to a voting. Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons?
Yes.
Councilmember Mosca?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Crayons?
Yes.
And Mayor Blakespear?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Takes us to the first pulled item is item 8C. And we do have several speakers on that item. All right, our first speaker is Damian Rapp. Damian? Damian, you need to unmute your microphone. Damian, can you unmute your microphone? Okay, looks like Damian's having some problems. So let's move to Nancy Logan and then we'll get back to Damian. Nancy? There you go, you can start when ready.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have questions regarding Measure H that I hope you can answer tonight or someone contact me with the answers. The first thing is, what is the vetting process for the marijuana business applications? And are these applications public record? Also, is HDL handling all of the applications exclusively, or is there an unbiased group that will assist? We in the public health field do not consider HDL very sympathetic to the needs of community members and businesses. And what is HDL's fee? And is it coming out of our taxpayer dollars? And also, I know we were promised public workshops, and when are these and how will we know about them? And as I was reading the agenda report, I came across the following on page 5, and I'm confused about it. I'll read it to you. Whereas the voters of the city of Encinitas desired that the city exercise its police powers solely to provide for the zoning of retailers, cultivation, product manufacturing, and distribution in such a manner as to limit the impact on the city generally and residential neighborhoods in particular. So if you can please help me understand where that wording came from. I looked on the ballot, I read it, and I don't see anything like that in the ballot language. So again, I hope these questions I asked will be answered and not forgotten about when I finish my talk. So it's extraordinarily important that the implementation of the ballot measure be very transparent. Thank you. I appreciate the answers that I'll hopefully get back.
Next speaker is...
Wait, sorry, excuse me. I just wanted to see, sometimes we do a staff report before items like this, and I think there are a number of questions that she asked that maybe a staff member would answer in a staff report, like when are public workshops, where did that language come from? Is there a brief staff report that can be given before the rest of the public comments?
Hi, Mayor. Yes, Associate Planner Evan Jednak here. I can give a brief staff report before the comments. So we're here tonight to adopt ordinance 2021-04 regulating cannabis activity in the city of Encinitas, consistent with the voter-approved ordinance 2020-18, also known as Measure H, which was introduced by City Council on 6/16 At that meeting, the city council also directed staff to explore regulations on signage as well as to move forward with planning commission recommendations. And so to answer those two questions there, so I believe everything in the whereases as it appears on ordinance 2021-04 comes directly from Measure H. And as for public workshops, that's something we're still working on. We have not scheduled anything at this time, but it's something we are working on.
Okay, thank you very much. Does Jennifer Gates, did you want to say anything about that?
Just to follow up, we do have on the city's website where you can sign up to receive updates. There is a Measure H that everybody can check off, and then they'll receive updates. And so we will release when the map is available, when the application process, and all those dates as we start getting that information, as well as an FAQ. All of that we will present to the public and release it through that link. It'll also be provided on our webpage, and we also will put it in our city manager's newsletter.
I'm wondering too, in terms of just if we can talk a little bit about HDL and how we came about hiring HDL. Was that a competitive process? What were the referrals for HDL? Why did we go with HDL? Is there any kind of background information, Jennifer, Roy, or Evan, that you can share with us? Also, the question of vetting, I think, is a very important one, not only from the perspective of wanting to have top-notch businesses in our city, ones that we can, be confident are going to add, to the quality of life and not detract from the quality of life in Encinitas. And also from the perspective, like, we're setting up this law, set up a monopoly, right? I mean, it's essentially, 3 or 4 businesses or less that can do business in the city of Encinitas. And so, that sets up a huge responsibility for us to be as transparent as possible in the choosing of these folks. And so just want to know, that question of vetting, I don't know that we know exactly, how it's going to happen right now, but if we do, then can we kind of talk a little bit about that? And then also, if we don't know exactly, when will we be kind of introducing that to the public so that people know exactly, how these entities will be chosen, since there are going to be, the most 3 or 4. So,
Madam Mayor, if I might comment at this time.
Yes, please do.
So I think it would be better for us, rather than kind of going into directions that staff was unprepared for, we're happy to bring back an update on Measure H and the implementation process at a later date, if that could work. My fear is that there will be a number of questions unrelated to the item, et cetera. I can tell you that HDL is one of 2 firms in the state that does assist cities with helping to create application processes. They were selected by city staff, and we did do a pretty extensive background check. But I'm happy to have us provide some information. I would prefer to have HDL representatives be able to answer some of the questions and comments.
Mayor, thank you. I think what the city manager just said satisfies me. I think going forward, I know that this isn't completely on target, but going forward, that vetting question, how those entities are chosen, I know that we don't have it all together now, and but I think that that's important. So as we move forward, daylighting that as much as possible is going to be really critical on several levels. The transparency, but also us trying to make the best move at having entities in our city that are going to really, fit in our city and improve the quality, sustain that high level quality of life.
Okay, good. That sounds great. Thank you, City Manager. So we can return to the public comments now.
Okay. Let's see. Damien, do you want to try again? Damien Rapp?
Yes, hi.
There you go.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Damien Rapp. While reading through the staff report associated with the Planning Commission a couple months ago, it stated that the retailers must maintain a separation of 1,000 feet between sensitive uses such as schools, parks, and daycare centers. However, there is no distance requirements for marijuana grow sites and manufactured buildings. My question is, does the Encinitas Municipal Code have language regarding what the city considers sensitive uses? And if it does, would it consider adding senior living facilities and other adult care services as a sensitive use to protect them from marijuana grow sites and manufacturing facilities? I'm an administrator for a senior living center, and our facility residents have physical and mental limitations that make them unable to advocate and speak for themselves. My residents are definitely immunocompromised and extremely sensitive to environmental toxins and need the protections that a sensitive use description would bring. Exposure from pesticides and other air contaminants, and off-gassing from toxic chemical manufacturing, and smoke like tobacco and marijuana are all potentially detrimental to the health of those residents. And as the number of senior living complexes, affordable or market rate facilities increase in Encinitas, it's crucial that our residents receive these protections. It's never too early to put into place an ordinance or update previously existing ordinance language that protects the health of Encinitas' most vulnerable citizens. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kelly McCormick. Kelly, you can start when ready.
Thank you. The unmute button took a couple seconds to pop up. This is Kelly McCormick. I'm a public health educator, parent, and longtime volunteer with local schools and youth groups. I urge the city to take all possible measures to protect youth when implementing Measure H. 3 issues that stand out in my mind are youth access, use during pregnancy, and unintentional overdose by children who consume edibles. Many people may not be aware that in the 4 years since marijuana regulation began, there has not been a single minor decoy operation anywhere in the state by the Bureau of Cannabis Control to test whether pot shops or delivery services are properly adhering to age requirements. I encourage the city to work with the Sheriff's Department on ensuring that minor decoy operations take place in Encinitas and to institute meaningful penalties for retailers and delivery services that violate age restrictions. It will also be important to launch a public education campaign about keeping edibles out of the reach of children. Edibles are designed to look and taste just like regular cookies, candies, and other products. Unfortunately, they contain multiple servings in one package, and eating an entire cookie or chocolate bar could deliver hundreds of milligrams of THC, a situation that is sending numerous children to hospitals across the state. Finally, please require signage about the dangers of marijuana use during pregnancy or while breastfeeding. Bud tenders have been known to recommend marijuana as a cure for morning sickness, but numerous scientific studies link it to a greater likelihood of stillbirth, preterm labor, low birth weight, and developmental disabilities, including autism. Thank you so much for your concern about these important issues.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Terry Ann Skelly.
Good evening, City Council members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. As a parent of 3 young adult sons, I was concerned that the city may consider the Bureau of Cannabis Control, the BCC, an agency that examines local land use locations for proposed marijuana business applications and inspects and enforces California regulations for marijuana businesses. The staff report seems to suggest that the BCC will know if a certain location in Encinitas for marijuana grow will generate significant adverse environmental impacts, so the city won't need to be responsible for handling that aspect of the application. The BCC does not do that, or other oversight operations. I belong to a statewide parent group that has been lobbying the BCC to do minor decoy operations of marijuana retailers and especially deliveries, like the ABC does for alcohol and the California Department of Public Health does for tobacco. We have written letters, made phone calls, and participated in Zoom meetings with the BCC and local legislators. The BCC has made it absolutely clear it is not absolutely going to do anything like that ever. So whatever fiscal considerations the city is considering, please add marijuana business evaluations, inspections, and enforcement to the city's expenses. And to protect youth and educate parents at the cost of the community's education regarding marijuana businesses. The public needs to realize this risk factor of marijuana deliveries to those under 21. I think the public believes somebody will be policing them, but nobody from the state is. And that will fall to Encinitas. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tyler James. Tyler, is that you on the line? Does not look like it. So let's go to our next speaker, Diane Grace.
Good evening. My name is Diane Grace. Our family began living in Encinitas in 1979. Those were peaceful times, and we were very proud to call Encinitas home. As I studied tonight's staff report, I noticed that a brief description of the vetting process indicated there would be a background check of the applicant, and that the applicant must have written permission of the property owner or management to utilize the property. However, the vetting process doesn't seem to mention that the property owner or management must acknowledge in their permission form that they know their property is going to be used for a marijuana business. Other cities have indicated this is very important, so no one is deceived. Nor does the staff report mention that the property owner or management will let other tenants of their property, if there are other tenants, know that their property will have a marijuana business operating on the premise. Other cities have tried to avoid this loophole so that pre-existing businesses aren't duped or harmed. Nor does the staff report describe what happens if an applicant's permit approval is transferred. A recent problem happened in Sorrento Valley, in a much-traveled area in the southern region of the San Diego Union High School catchment area, where the marijuana retailer applicant immediately after approval by the city, in this case San Diego, transferred the business permit to a different unvetted owner who promptly painted the building a garish red that blights the area. Why does that matter? Ask the sedate professional businesses around it. Not cool. Or ask the parents who travel into the area for their students' tutoring programs, volleyball courts, San Diego choral and orchestra classes, or for preschool, all large and active businesses in Sorrento Valley that exist primarily for children. Avoiding a botched vetting process is most important at the beginning stages of the application process, not later when the damage is done. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Katie Poponiak.
Unmute. This is Katie Poponiak. Do you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay. Well, I've been listening to the health concerns of the residents around Drama Nectar, and we've all seen this in the newspaper lately. The hemp farm is kind of scary, and it's scary because no department or staff person really took action to respond to these serious health issues. My concern is for residents that were sent from the city of Encinitas to the county to the state, and then to the federal EPA. And was it hemp odor or the illegal pesticide used to hide the odor? It's all questionable, but it was a rat race of bureaucracy to get to any answers, which I'm not sure there are any yet. My concerns are, who's in charge at the city? And I do appreciate the staff coming up with the website and telling us tonight that there are many things that they still don't know how to answer. But who will be confirming the odor or the pesticide use, the drift? What methods will they use? Is there an internal procedure to conduct inspections? And what's the timeline for the city to respond to citizen complaints about all of these things? I wish more citizens knew about what's coming up with Measure H. This is my biggest problem. The charts on Exhibit 1, the references to 9.25 of the municipal code that really doesn't exist yet. It would be great for the public to get this information in a way that we can all understand. I'm not an attorney, sorry. Thank you.
Next speaker is Barbara Gordon.
Hello, good evening. My name is Barbara Gordon. I realize Measure H has passed. It was voted in by a slim margin, but my hope is that you will be respectful of all Encinitas residents, our environment, and the community as you move forward. As the adult leader for a Hispanic youth group in which some of my youth attend the high school in Encinitas, I ask you to please be cautious as you move to implement this ordinance. Marijuana is often the first drug our youth try, but often not the last. The city needs to be careful and fully vet the applicant for these marijuana businesses, being sensitive to their locations. Remember, there are consequences to each of these applicants that you approve. Please do not listen or be influenced by the out-of-town marijuana industry. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Peggy Walker. Let's see. Peggy Walker? Okay, I do not see Peggy on the line. Damian Johnson. Let's see, I do not see Damian. Kathleen Lippett.
I was called to speak in non-agenda public comment, although my comment was directed to 8C.
Okay.
Not sure if you want me to repeat it.
No, that's okay. We have your comment on the record. Thank you, Kathleen.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Next is Judy Strang.
Good evening, City Council members. Judy Strang with San Diego Alliance for Drug-Free Youth this evening, speaking to you regarding the staff report. I was pleased that the staff report carried over from the Planning Commission their recommendations. And I would just like to point out how very important they are to all of us, because they gave a lot of attention to the 14, 16 speakers that evening that expressed their concerns and gathered together those things that they thought were most important to the city to do. And the first one, and very important to us, is the idea of conducting public outreach. And I mention it because you have talked about the company HDL. And HDL is well known for being sympathetic to marijuana businesses. They have marijuana businesses as clients in addition to cities. So I'm wondering how well this public outreach and communication with community members is going to happen if the only people the city is hearing to or has heard from to this date is their paid consultant HDL. The Planning Commission also mentioned that they were looking forward to the city developing procedures for filing complaints, regardless of what it is, pesticides or odor or other code enforcement issues, which is how the Planning Commission put it. The procedures are extraordinarily important, as we have noted in other cities. And it's the other cities I'd also like to mention. You may not know that San Diego Alliance belongs to a consortium of public health prevention organizations throughout the county who meet once a month together and have since 2005. We've had a leadership role at those monthly meetings and have had a great deal of experience with what goes on in other cities. And we'd like to offer that expertise as a counterpoint to HDL regarding information that you need. The reason why this consortium came into being, just for your information, in 2005, is we found for the very first time that the youth use of marijuana in a 30-day period was now greater than tobacco, a surprise to all of us. And of course, this was before the advent of vaping. We also were starting to get reports from the county's Health and Human Services regarding adolescents coming into treatment. They ask as part of the intake process what drug brings them into treatment. And starting in 2005, what we were knowing, or what we were learning from this data, is that marijuana is the #1 reason that young people, and this is still true today, come into county-funded treatment programs. So we were startled into action, and since 2005 have met together to watch what's going on to cities, to provide expertise where we can, especially to parents, and offer our services to you as well. Thank you.
Next speaker is Carol Green.
Good evening, City Council members and Honorable Mayor. I realize that we're here today because of Ballot Measure H, and we can't undo Ballot Measure H. A few months ago, I came to the City Council meeting and I shared with you my hellish experience when marijuana triggered psychosis in my son. Michael died a 1.5 years later after a horrific battle with mental health issues that I never wish on another parent or another human being again. At that time, you assured me that you would keep the health and mental health of all of our young people at the forefront of your decision-making process when you dealt with marijuana businesses. And I would like to remind you of that promise today. I know that you can't do anything about what Measure H did, but you do get to move forward. I read carefully the agenda and the staff report. It's really hard for me because I grieve for my son and I try in vain to explain the dangers and the impact of this drug. Just a desperate mom fighting against a really well-funded marijuana industry and a bunch of city council people that sometimes are bored with listening to community members. I don't think you are. I'm just saying sometimes that doesn't seem super interested. On page 1, I noticed that it said there are no fiscal impacts. I just want to let you know that there are studies that show that losing many of our young men between the ages of 18 and 26 is a huge fiscal impact, economic impact facing the United States and other developing and other countries. And losing a child, there's no amount of money in the world that can ever bring back my son. I realize you can't change that, but you can make additions to the city municipal code that will protect our children. Please consider the signage, the messaging, and the location. The brain continues to grow into the mid-20s, 25 or even 27, and the youthful brain is busy developing nerve cells. It's involved in the symbiotic pruning and selecting of the best pathways. Marijuana is associated with psychosis and schizophrenia. It is also associated with depression and suicidal ideations. You need to keep this in mind even as you make land use decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Greg Lefevre.
Unmute. There we go. Good evening. I'm Greg Lefevre. I'm a homeowner on Summit Avenue in Cardiff. I support medical marijuana. I don't use, but I've got no issue with those who do. This ordinance, though, is a bad idea because it is totally unnecessary. Commercial marijuana will change neighborhoods, and not in a good way. You've heard that tonight, but it'll complicate your lives. Let's be practical. Marijuana is easy to get anywhere in North County. When you add commercial marijuana to Encinitas, you will, as a council, weekly face the challenges of regulating yet another industry. Consider history. Things have not gone well with the proliferation of alcohol dispensaries on Coast Highway and now the exploding numbers of vagrants and drifters, most with chemical dependency issues. You're adding a new layer of trouble now with dispensaries. Commercial marijuana brings a flood of dispensaries, legal and not. Pop-up dispensaries create a constant state of law enforcement whack-a-mole. Witnessed Spring Valley last week. You are inviting trouble. Table this measure. When deputies raid an illegal store, and it will happen, and something goes wrong, and it will happen, you put my city on the hook for millions. The first time a citizen is hurt in a marijuana mishap, you will be sued, civically and personally. And right now, the courts and the odds are against you. Table this measure. Look at the Cardiff plan. Almost nothing is 1,000 feet from the elementary school. Safety. Nowhere marijuana is sold commercially has there been a lessening of public safety pressure. Don't invite that trouble. Oh, but there will be safeguards. We'll have guards. By that very statement, you acknowledge the risk that you lay upon our city. Guards with guns will bring bandits with bigger guns. And we all know that story. You do not need to do this. Table this measure. This is a moment of public bravery not to do something. And this becomes your moment. I know the marijuana business. I've seen the wrecked businesses and damaged neighborhoods, and I know where this is headed. And you do not want to go there. Thank you.
Thank you. And then our final speaker is KB Strange. Do not see them present. Unless that's
Hi, good evening, City Council.
Perfect, thank you.
My name is KB Strange. I'm a pharmacist in Encinitas, and I've watched this journey of marijuana, first touted as medicine, then as a recreational drug, and now as businesses located in the city of Encinitas, which has become responsible for enabling the dispensing of high-potency THC. Now, you should understand that THC comes from marijuana, and it is classified, the high potency is classified as a hallucinogenic drug. This high potency THC marijuana products are implicated in increased ER admissions, mental health escalation, as we've heard tonight, suicide, respiratory depression, heart problems, among other illnesses. And they all are taxing to the medical and treatment communities. Recently, UCSD School of Medicine, AAA, and the California Department of Traffic Control provided an excellent webinar as a warning about high-potency THC products and its role in increased DUIs, injuries, and traffic fatalities. Now, Measure H does not discuss the type of products that can be sold by retailers, so the city can restrict the type of products that marijuana retailers sell, just as you restrict tobacco products that tobacco retailers sell. It's very important to avoid the sale of edibles and drinkables with high-potency THC. They are unregulated, they're misunderstood, they're used without caution or appropriate consideration of the effects. Today's cannabis is engineered to produce high THC levels. It would definitely be in the public interest to update the municipal code and remove the sale of high concentrate THC products. Thank you.
Thank you. And that does conclude public speakers on item 8C.
Okay. Well, thank you to the public speakers. Do any of my colleagues have any comments on this? Councilmember Mosca.
I do have a question. I know that staff said they're going to come back with more information in terms of outreach process, also just the vetting. That last speaker had a really good point. I'm not sure if in terms of the exact products that could be sold in retail shops in Encinitas and these retail shops. I'm not sure how much leeway we have in restricting, but I do favor restricting some of these high kind of THC content products like drinks or something like that that would be highly attractive to our youth. And so would love to discuss that. I'm not sure if we have that flexibility within the ordinance, but if we do, I would hope that the city attorney and project staff person is going to bring that to our attention. And I don't know if that's now or in the future. And if it is in the future, if there can be some kind of indication of when that would come back to us.
Jennifer, do you want to answer any of that?
We'll add it to the list of the other topics that we are going to look into in regards to the Measure H and how it's written and what aspects that we can put more clarity in some of the definitions that aren't included within Measure H. So we'll add that and look at what restrictions are currently there as far as the retail and what is being sold. We do have the signage and odor and some other items that we had discussed previously as well on that list. We are looking, so after, if City Council does adopt the ordinance tonight, we'll be submitting to Coastal Commission, which will then start that review process. Our intent is then to start coming forward within the next probably 60 days, 60 at most 60, with the fees as well as more information that's being requested.
One real fast question, and I'm not sure if you know this, but my understanding is that so we have an entity that goes through the process, they're vetted, and they have met all of our all of the boxes that they have to check off and go through all the different hoops. They are the one that gets the opportunity to operate within Encinitas, one of 3 or 4 or however many there are. Is that privilege to operate within Encinitas transferable? I thought it was not. One of the speakers had brought that up. If we don't know it now from a legal perspective, I don't know if Leslie or our special counsel can answer that. If we know it now, if we can say that publicly. If we don't, if we can kind of get back to us, because that's important. Because I do think one of the things that's important to me is how this establishment sits in our city, and we want to be careful with the degradation of quality of life. We don't want something that doesn't work for us, and I think that if we vet this one business and it really is something that we think works for us, and then all of a sudden it's some other business, as a speaker had mentioned, Carmel Valley or somewhere. That doesn't seem like a good thing to happen. So hopefully that cannot happen.
We'll come back with the answer in regards to transferability.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Krantz.
I appreciate that there was an interest in kind of answering some of these questions, but there's one that has been asked several times tonight that I hope we can address, and that is, what will HDL's role be in actually selecting who is going to be operating these retail sites? I understand HDL's role as the consultant in drafting the ordinance and getting all the bureaucratic pieces in place, but do they have any role whatsoever in the final determination about who will be operating these sites?
So, Madam Mayor, if I might, the Measure H lays out the process by which the cannabis operators will be selected. It's very limited in terms of the ability for the city to stray from that. In other words, there's a process that's laid out, and if a cannabis operator meets those objectives, then they are automatically selected. HDL will put together our application process, and they will assist and have been assisting along with our city attorney on those areas that we can change. The Measure H has a limitation that we cannot change anything in the ordinance for 3 years. So there are some limitations. Some of those limitations or things that are silent, and the city attorney can jump in and weigh in if she'd like, then defers to the state code. And that's why this process is taking us longer to do that. We do not have the expertise on staff to select cannabis operators, and we selected HDL to assist us. My understanding is that they represent cities. not the cannabis operators. So I'm not really sure where that's coming from the speakers.
Well, but let me be clear on this. If a dozen applicants are identified as being meeting all the criteria that's spelled out in Measure H, who's going to make the determination of which of those 12 will be the 4 lucky duckies?
It's laid out in the Measure H that if they meet.
Well, but is there any discretion on the part of HDL? Is HDL going to be able to influence who gets?
Very little. And this is why it's better for us to bring something back. If you look at Measure H, it goes through a process, kind of a first in if your application is complete. And then after that, so the deeming of the application being complete, and part of that work has been done in terms of the application, the pieces of the ordinance that were not clear, meaning the 1,000-foot radius from various sensitive uses, et cetera, and the creation of a map is the piece that's been taking us the longest period of time. Because there's different ways that you can measure, and we had to make sure that we, take a look at that. But there really isn't much, to answer your question very directly, there really isn't much subjectiveness to this process, the way it's laid out in the ordinance that was passed by the voters.
Well, I appreciate that. And I just am telling you that in terms of the ordinance and that particular issue related to if a dozen applicants meet the criteria, do they go, do we use ping pong balls in a lottery?
There's a lottery process that comes.
So then so HDL has no discretion in that particular selection process. So that's good to know. And frankly, there's nothing about this measure that will ever improve or enhance the quality of life of the city of Encinitas. This is one of my great regrets that this was successful. And it's for this particular reason right here that we don't, the time that we have invested in trying to prepare this ordinance and the community's efforts to, feel like there is some responsiveness to their concerns is really unfortunate that we have to expend this energy. So I get that it was a ballot measure, and I get that more people said yes than no. So for that reason, I will be supporting it tonight, but this is not something that I think is good for the city of Encinitas.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that I'd like a little bit more clarification if staff is ready to give some more detail on the what they envision our public outreach being, because what's evident from what we've heard from all the people who've dedicated time to come and talk to us today, and also from what our responses are to their questions, it's evident to me that there's a lot of exchange of information that needs to happen. We know a lot of what is required by this new law that we accepted. And the public, and many were here tonight, perhaps representing, for example, the San Diego Alliance for Drug-Free Youth. They know a lot about what we should be aware of as we craft and frame the details of this ordinance. So as far as our public outreach, can we say a little bit more about how we see that happening and whether we can keep it pretty broad up front so we can really gather a lot of public input?
I will develop a public outreach plan, and so that we can make sure that we are reaching all audiences about what the ordinance says, what our limitations are, what the application process will be. And, we will reach out to all different groups that have shown interest either through these different meetings, but also we have other outreach methods. And so we'll definitely put together a plan and make sure that we are reaching the youth and through the schools and things like that.
Great. I look forward to seeing that plan. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'll just reiterate my colleagues' general comments that I think it's important that maybe the next meeting is like a Q&A with the community, a forum or something where people can, you know, the fact that we have so many comments on a consent item and the council also doesn't know a lot about the details of things. You know, I think we do need to have a little bit more information that's question answer two-way street happening. So I know this has been talked about pretty extensively at the Planning Commission, but it seems like there are a lot of things we don't have control over because it's in the ordinance, but we need to be able to communicate that. And so I would encourage us to do that as soon as we can. So I think also, just contrary to what one of the speakers implied, that we have the discretion to like not go down this road. You know, we really don't have that discretion. And I have been asked a number of different times, like, what is the holdup here on getting our regulations in order? Because it did pass in November and it's now August. And so, you know, I understand that there are always these reasons that there are complexities in the map drawing and whatever the effects of COVID and everything. But it does, I think we are better served by having more information out there more quickly so that people can feel informed and that there's that two-way street. So I'll go ahead and move approval of this item.
I'll second that. I just had one last technical question for Jennifer Gates. You mentioned that we'd have a fee schedule within 60 days. And do we already know the date that this will be going to the Coastal Commission?
No, so it will, after adoption, then we will submit all the materials to Coastal Commission, and then they have 90 days to act. And by acting, they can either move for approval of the ordinance, or they can ask for an extension up to 1 year.
Up to a year.
Yes, but the fees are not part of that.
Okay, thank you.
But also, just to follow up on that, the fees have to go to the voters for approval, right? As a tax, is that what you're asking?
Not that, it's our application and registration fees.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, yeah, I think that's the second half of this conversation, which we haven't started having yet, which we need to start having, especially if we're thinking about it for the next 2022 ballot, is taxation of marijuana products and exchanges. So, you know, that's the whole chapter 2 here. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote.
Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons?
Yes.
Councilmember Mosca?
And the mayor brings up a good point, and I'm hoping that staff is walking backwards from the dates that the county gives us for qualifying something for the ballot, and that we're prepared to put something on the ballot in 2022 for taxation of this measure. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Krantz?
I'm a yes. Was Joe a yes? I didn't hear a vote.
I said yes, but I also just endorsed what the mayor had said. I just wanted to make sure that, you know, we're sitting here in August with this, and we're talking about a fee schedule. We're talking about other things, and we know from the past that there's a timeline for the county registrar of voters to get something on the ballot, and we want to make sure that we're moving at pace to get a tax measure out there. If we're going to do that.
Yeah, that's the only point I heard, and Kathy was listening for the affirmative, and I wasn't apparently.
I said yes.
And Mayor Blakespear?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Thank you.
And then we had the 4 items. I did not see that Donna Westbrook has joined the conversation. So we have the other 4 items that she had registered: 8D, 8G, 8I, and 8J.
I would move approval.
I will second.
So we have a motion and a second.
Yes, it's a little slow tonight. Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons?
Yes.
Councilmember Mosca,
My vote is yes.
Deputy Mayor Kranz,
Yes.
and Mayor Blakespear.
Yes.
And this was for all 4 items, correct? Approving all 4?
Yes.
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 And those motions carry unanimously. That takes us to item 10A, which is my item. So item 10A tonight is to hear from our applicants and for the City Council to make one appointment to the Planning Commission for the Leucadia representative to fill one unscheduled vacancy with a term ending March 1st, 2023. We had 11 applicants. 1 applicant did withdraw her application, and 1 applicant I know for sure is not able to attend this evening, but she did send in an email. So unless you have questions, I will move right to our applicants.
Okay, let's do it.
All right, our first applicant is Charity Alcacer. Is Charity on the line? Karen, do you see Charity? I do not see her. Okay, let's move to Leah Bissonette.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Leah.
Thank you. My name is Leah Bissonette. I am a candidate for the Encinitas Planning Commission, and I have been a resident of Leucadia for over 20 years. Many of the council members and mayor ran on a platform of having grown up in Encinitas, having lived in their parents' or relatives' homes, and thus being legacy candidates. I was not that privileged. I grew up in a rural community in upstate New York. It's a rust belt there. I had to move 3,000 miles in order to find a substantial job. I had to earn every single penny in order to buy my home in Leucadia. And I did, and I love it here. Why do I tell you this? Because the Planning Commission is all about where you live and how you feel about where you live. And people like me and our simple pride of ownership are under attack. We are told we are greedy, piggy, even racist, because we want to maintain the quality of life that brought us to Encinitas. We simply want to maintain local zoning. We believe we should be fighting the state rules that would force wall-to-wall high-rises in beautiful Leucadia. We think we should maintain the environmental regulations that allow a local review of new construction plans so we don't surrender the solid environmental laws that many of us have fought so hard for. We don't believe that you need to build every square inch of a lot right out to the street in order to meet the builder's request for high profitability. Now, do you have to make compromises as a member of the Planning Commission? Of course you do. Recently, the Planning Commission attempted to increase the required percentage of affordable units that would be included in new projects, with a goal of reducing the overall number of new housing units that would be required to be completed in Encinitas. Well, I don't think the state should be mandating any new construction, requiring a higher percentage of low income in order to reduce the overall number of units constructed is a reasonable trade-off until the time when we are able to return to local zoning. There are many similar compromises that the Planning Commission could enact to protect the quality of our local community while effectively dealing with state mandates. I have a strong business and environmental background, and I understand how to develop alternatives that are acceptable to all parties. I previously served the city effectively on the Environmental Commission, developing the community choice energy proposal with others. But most important, I believe that my perspective is valuable as someone who is not a legacy, someone who is not privileged, and who, on the contrary, like many in our community, has scrambled hard to earn my place. I want to share my community with others, but this community, not some degraded, overdeveloped, high-rise monstrosity that is New Jersey at the beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah. Our next applicant is Cynthia Cremona.
Kathy, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for the opportunity to present myself as a candidate for the Planning Commission. I am dismayed that the city has decided to forego in-person meetings for Zoom meetings. The mayor and council should find the political will to make in-person meetings available again for residents, as other cities are doing. Citizens are open to creative alternatives and expect our city leadership to come out of the darkness and back into the light of public participation. I'd like to begin with this quote by Benjamin Franklin. "If everyone is thinking alike, then no one is thinking." During recently appointed council and commission seat meetings, there are those who believe those choices are predetermined ahead of city council meetings and without consideration of candidates who might be better suited to the roles. Instead, appointments are chosen according to the mayor's belief that all members of her government should be like-minded and in agreement with one another. While she claims that healthy merit-based debate takes place, the vote is nearly always unanimous, something the mayor has proudly pointed out repeatedly. Diversity, as we all know, and our mayor constantly reminds us of, makes a better balanced government and true representation of all citizens. Our founders believed that different opinions hold our leaders accountable and leads to checks and balances. Knowing that I probably don't have a prayer in hell of being considered for this commission seat, I will nonetheless present my qualifications for applying. My role as a self-employed executive search professional for over 30 years has required self-discipline and self-restraint. I am often tasked with difficult decisions and conversations based not only on my personal beliefs, but on the evidence presented. I am often tasked to set aside personal opinion for objective problem solving. My discipline requires dedication and meticulous research. I've never been afraid of time-consuming hard work or difficult decisions. My job is, in its essence, project-oriented. Each project offers a different challenge with multiple choices and solutions. Performing due diligence in my job is the same approach that I take as a private citizen. I remain up to date on city issues, and I have a reasonable understanding of our zoning laws and code, and find it interesting as well as important. I respect our general plan as the guideline and blueprint for our city's future growth. I believe a role with the Planning Commission requires dedication, objectivity, honesty, and long hours. I believe I can satisfy those requirements. I'd like to finish with a quote by James Madison. "If men were angels, no government would be necessary. If angels were to govern men, neither external nor internal controls on government would be necessary. In framing a government which is to be administered by men over men, the great difficulty lies in this. You must first enable the government to control the governed, and the next place, oblige it to control itself." Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Dennis Crimmins. Dennis, you can start when ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hey, Kathy, I'm trying to start the video and I think I'm being blocked.
Okay. Kieran, can you help him? Oh, there you go. Now I can see you.
There you go. Hi. My name is Dennis Crimmins. I have been a resident of Encinitas and now Leucadia for the last 15 out of the 20 years, with 5 of those spent in Cardiff and in Del Mar. I have been running a sales organization in the beauty care and home care industry. I've traveled internationally and all over this country. And whenever I mention Encinitas to anybody, they immediately, 9 times out of 10, know what I'm talking about, know where I'm at, say it's just a beautiful city. I'm so lucky, and that's how I feel. I want to give back. I have been trying to be a little more volunteer-minded, a little more civic-minded as well. I realize that there is a lot of issues before the Planning Commission right now. I know this is going to be, if nothing else, this last hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes has been fascinating to me. I think I commend all of you. You have a lot of different issues. You have a lot of different speakers. So this has been quite an hour and 40 minutes waiting to be able to talk to you folks. I believe my skill set in being able to get to yes and the negotiation skills that I have the relationship skills that I developed in this community, outside of the community, nationally, and being very civic minded as well as politically minded in realizing that not everybody's going to see things the same way. Not everybody on this council, not everybody obviously on a planning commission. But I do believe in a few things. And I think that high density does not always have to mean unaffordable, nor should it have to always get hung up until there's just a standstill. I know there's a lot going on with the Vulcan project. I know that a lot of folks want zero growth and no growth. And I know there's also other folks that would like to see a lot of growth and a lot of investment with developers. And I know that you're not always going to get to make everybody happy, but I think the key here is to keep everything within the 92024 zip code harmonious and progressing, and to keep the wheels of commerce turning, as well as the wheels of health. And I believe there's a balance and a dynamic to that. And so I thank everybody for giving me this opportunity to apply. I have been on the road and traveling for the better part of 10 years, running a sales organization, having 6 people report to me, dealing with major brands, producers of products. And I believe that my skill set in being able to also own property, sell property, rented property, have invested in with major groups as well, but also been part of consortiums to make sure that ecological and safety issues are always first and foremost. I think it makes me somebody uniquely qualified, and maybe brings a little bit of different perspective into the Planning Commission and the council. I'd like to make sure that you folks are able to, and the Planning Commission is able to get the new housing plan approved by 2025. And to be able to have a better track to be able to get things approved, not have everything always be either stop signs or always kind of in a state of civil litigation, state litigation, and everything. So I thank everybody for their time, and I look forward to taking the next step with you folks. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next applicant is John Eldon. John, you can start when ready.
Okay, hi everybody. I changed my shirt just for the occasion. So 115 years ago, our citizens brought forth in this county a new city conceived in liberty and dedicated to the proposition of local control over our density destiny. Encinitas incorporated the city in 1986 on our third attempt to gain local control over land use development. Instead of giving up after 2 failed attempts, we unfurled the Don't Tread on Me banner in Bob Bondi's war room and actively pursued cityhood. As a new city, we wrote our own general plan, which emphasized context-compatible, neighbor-compatible, infrastructure-compatible growth in recognition that our area's desirability was also its vulnerability. The plan acknowledged and respected limits to growth and population carrying capacity. Fast forward 3 decades, in the words of Samuel Clemens, history never repeats itself, but it does often rhyme. And our current battle against the state of California definitely does rhyme with our previous fight against Paul Eckert and company in the county. I see the charter and current duty of the Planning Commission as one of damage control, of representing the interests of current residents when reviewing proposed new development projects. We already heard tonight about marijuana businesses and some of the issues related there, and the impact on existing neighbors who are already in place. For other projects, everything from setbacks, landscaping, off-street parking, impermeable surfaces, and drainage. We do have flooding problems in some parts of the city. How about street access? Does the design harmonize with its surroundings? Will the project actually yield enough low-cost housing to satisfy the state, or simply increase congestion, crowding, and defoliation with only a paltry yield that must be made up elsewhere? How do we ensure that the dream of a city of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth? Qualifications, you know me, 40-year resident. We raised our sons here. Kelly knows. Leucadia Encinitas Town Council, 1989 General Plan Committee, Technical Advisory Board on the Coaster, Leucadia Community Advisory Board, 12 years Environmental Commission. I managed to beat term limits on a technicality on that one. Bike Walk Encinitas, and now I'm on the executive council of the local Sierra Club North County Coasters chapter. So anyway, keep it short, that's me.
Thank you, John. Our next applicant was
Madam Mayor, can I ask a question of John?
Of course.
Sure, Joe.
John, thank you so much for applying, and thank you so much for emailing us over the years on the various issues that come up. Your perspective is very unique and valuable. Thank you for everything that you've done in the founding of our city, and all the help that you've given us to get to this point so far. So your perspective is interesting one from my view. You know, we as we incorporated as a city, we basically said to the county that we could do it a lot better than you can, and specifically in the land use arena. And so now we're seeing, you know, we take the land use authority away from the county because we can do it better. And now you're seeing the state kind of stepping into the fold and saying that they can do it even better than we can, that we're standing in the way of reaching certain goals, and they're asserting themselves, and they're and saying that they have an interest in being in this space. And so tell me a little bit more about specifically, not high level, but specifically, you know, where the rubber hits the road. How is John going to approach the job of a planning commission member? There are some really tough, important decisions, as you know, coming up. And so how are you going to approach those issues?
Okay, so first off, the state is the state. We're stuck with it. As a private citizen, I'll keep pushing back. I'm active in Livable California, United Neighbors. I'm going to keep that pressure up. At the same time, what I mentioned, that I see the role in the Planning Commission as one of damage control. If you're going to put in, you know, higher density project, can you get some concessions from the developer? Can you get some setbacks, some step backs of upper floors, siting the building differently, siting the parking differently within the building? So looking for those aspects, what can we do to try to protect the neighbors as much as we can? I'm very much all about context appropriate development. That was what motivated us in the original general plan. So that's my pitch, is again, blatantly damage control.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, John.
Yeah.
All right. Our next applicant was Brittany Garino, but she did withdraw her application. So we will move to applicant Christine Ryan. And Chris, you can start when ready.
All right, thank you. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members, thank you. Like you, I believe that public service for the greater good. For the last 25 years, I have worked as a public servant for the County of San Diego, and I've lived in Leucadia. While working full-time as an attorney, I've raised a family of 3 boys. I've been consistently active in the community. For example, I've been a regular volunteer at the Community Resource Center, in particular the basket program at the holidays. I served as president of the PTA at Polacky Central Elementary School, and I'm currently serving on the executive board for the foundation at La Costa Canyon High School. Throughout the years, I've been to many planning and traffic commission meetings and city council meetings. I've spoken on many issues that have interested me, including the Hall property, Leo Mullen Sports Park, particularly lights there, and traffic safety issues around Polacky Central Elementary School. Most recently, I've attended and spoken at meetings more specifically about the many projects and quality of life issues in Leucadia. This includes the completion of the roundabout at Hygeia and Leucadia Boulevard, the push for a rail crossing in Northwest Leucadia, the Streetscape project, and the timeshare project at La Costa and Coast Highway 101. I now hope to more fully commit myself to serve my community and believe that my professional and personal experiences make me uniquely qualified to serve as a planning commissioner and to successfully represent my community. I understand that Leucadia is a diverse community, and I know that many of the residents believe, as I do, that community character is important and should be maintained. But I also recognize that change is inevitable and even necessary due to the evolving nature of housing law, the increased need for mobility enhancements, and complete streets in our community, and in order to protect and respect property rights of others. I have extensive experience through my work in working with others in fact-finding missions. I know how to make decisions based on facts while following the law and weighing the interests of others. I understand and respect that all decisions impact all interested parties. I know that the importance of making thoughtful, evidence-based decisions and recognize that all decisions will have both short and long-term impacts on my neighbors, the residents of Encinitas, and any future residents of Encinitas. I don't have any predetermined agenda. I will approach every decision with an open mind, recognizing that there is a framework within which decisions need to be made. I will make well-reasoned decisions based on all information before me and will be an independent voice. I'm not afraid to ask questions or to question the thought processes or decisions of others. If chosen, I promise to put in the time, energy, and hard work that this position demands. I will endeavor to always work in the best interest of Leucadia and for all of Encinitas. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have a question as well. Christine, thank you so much for applying and thank you for appearing tonight. Christine was one of, just for the public's sake, Christine was one of two applicants that did contact me, and I did meet with her. And so I had an opportunity to, on another occasion to kind of really listen to you, Christine, and to kind of hear about your experiences. And I've also had the opportunity to kind of see you at our city council meetings many times over the years, advocating for the Northwest, for Leucadia. And so I know that you are very versed on the positives and some of the things that need to get done in the Northwest. And I really thank you because you've opened my eyes and helped me along with the process of understanding of what needs to be done in the Northwest. So I just have a couple of questions in terms of the same question I had for John. Maybe just kind of tell us a little bit about your approach to this job. There's a lot of important and tough decisions coming up. I mean, you're going to be thrown into the mix. If you were fortunate enough to be on the Planning Commission, you're going to be thrown into the mix right away with some critical issues coming your way. And so I know you're very passionate about Leucadia and really knowledgeable about the issues confronting the community of Leucadia. Tell me how you would balance all of the various interests citywide, and also tell me a little bit about your approach to this job, which is just one of the most difficult volunteer gigs other than city council that we have in our city. So thank you so much.
Okay, there's a lot of questions. So I'm going to start with just saying that I don't have the historical experience that John has, or that other members of the Planning Commission currently have. And I recognize that I have a little bit steep learning curve in order to understand all the law that's involved and the framework in which decisions need to be made. Because I do understand that there is a framework in which all decisions must be made. There are legal ramifications to every decision that's made. And so the way I want to approach the job is to learn as much as I can, gather as much information as I can, and then work through the steps in the process. I do believe in development that fits the character of a community. And I do believe that the voices that come to the meetings and write emails and letters need to be heard, and we need to respect people's opinions, and we need to take all of that into account when we make decisions, understanding that there is that same framework that I talked about earlier. So I would approach everything first by putting in all the hard work that I would need to put in order to become well-versed on all of the issues, to understand the framework, to understand the laws that are involved, and also to understand the members of my community and how they feel about projects. And then based on all the information that I learn and gather from city staff and from all the research and learning that I do, make decisions based on what I believe would be best for the community and would be respectful of my neighbors in Leucadia and all of Encinitas. I do recognize that anything that's done in one particular area affects every other area. And while I would represent Leucadia, I would make decisions that affect all of Encinitas. So I am not a person who would put my community above the needs of another community. I understand that Encinitas is a city of 5 communities that all need to work together and need to exist together and work for the benefit of each other in order to be a successful community. So I would approach it that way by gathering as much information as I could, making thoughtful, well-informed decisions within the legal framework.
Thank you, Christine.
Next applicant is Dana Siegel. Is Dana Siegel on the line? I do not see Dana Siegel. So we will move to, let's see, Sharam Sabani. She sent an email to council as she was not able to attend the meeting this evening. We'll move to Robert Switzler. Robert, you can start when ready.
Okay, and I don't think I can start my video either, so you can start it for me if you want, or I'll just talk.
Just give us one moment. You should have Karen.
There
shouldn't be anything.
There you go.
There we go. Great. I didn't have a Hawaiian shirt, but I put my Hawaiian background on, so be in the spirit. So good evening, council members and Mayor Blakespeare. My name is Robert Switzler, and I've been a resident in Leucadia. My wife and I have lived here for almost 30 years. We raised our 3 boys here. My wife's family has actually been here since the early 60s, and she grew up here. So you can, based on that, you can tell we have a lot of love for this city and are really invested in the city. And it's really important to us that the city maintains, the spirit and culture and identity that it has. And I think that's one of the big challenges for us is to plan and manage with all the changes that are coming up to maintain that culture and identity. One of the reasons I'm applying to the Planning Commission is I want to be more engaged in the actions and the activities of the city. I've always been, I'm an active member. I run and bike, and I'm in this, around this, all parts of the city all the time. And so I've always been interested in all the investments and new things that are taking place. Always been interested in that, read about it in the paper, but now I want to take a more active role in that. I've been a volunteer scoutmaster with Troop 776 for about 15 years, and that's done now. My kids have graduated out, so I have some time, and this is what I want to go invest my time in to give back. And I think that I have skills and strengths that could be really beneficial. I am a program manager at an aerospace company, spend all my time working with teams, solving problems, working to schedules. And I know the importance of listening and understanding both sides of the story and compromise. And I think those are really critical skills that are necessary. So as I manage, I think the challenge for us is how do we maintain the city's culture and identity with all the challenges and changes in front of us. I know some people think that to keep the city the way it is, we shouldn't allow any changes. Just don't change anything and it'll stay the same. And I think that approach is a little bit naive and maybe misguided and won't result in where we want to get to, because there are so many changes, outside changes, that we have to deal with. And we can't ignore them. We have to manage them, and we have to understand what they are and come up with plans to help to deal with those and to bring our city forward to keep its culture. So things like the growth of the I-5, state mandates for housing. I know you guys are all familiar with that, and I've heard a lot of discussion on that earlier tonight. A lot of tourism increases. I've seen a lot of tourism, and that's something we have to deal with. House price increases have been great for all of us who own houses, but the flip side of that is it can be a real barrier to entry to younger people that want to move in. They don't have a place to come in. And then moving forward, climate change. Drought probably is stuff we're seeing now, fires, and in the future, sea and soil erosion. So the other thing, I really think there's an opportunity to lead the state to be more electric, more environmental, more green, bike and pedestrian friendly. So, it's not all just reacting to bad things. There's also, I think, tons of opportunities, lots of areas that are kind of a diamond in the rough that can be made better. So I think that's really great. So I know there's 11 candidates for this job, and I think that's fantastic. And there's probably someone out there who's got 20 years of land management experience or something. And if there is, I want you guys to pick the most qualified and best person, because really that's our goal, is for this city to have the most qualified people to leave it forward or get it forward. So but if you select me, I'm ready to work hard. I know it's a lot of work, and I think I have the skills to help contribute. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Our next
I have a question for Robert.
Yes.
Yes. So Robert, I read your resume and just everything you've just said today. I really think that you've done a lot, and I'm impressed with your resume. And then just today, just kind of listening, hearing you present today too, I'm thinking like several of our policy commissions would be amazing for you. And I'm just kind of wondering too, have you attended any of our planning commissions? It's probably one of the most intense commissions that we have. There's reams of paper and documents, lots of legal stuff that you're required. I know that you have an engineering background, which I assume will lend itself nicely to kind of reviewing these documents and trying to make heads or tails and ask the type of questions that are needed. So I guess what I'm trying to say is it really does. I think I'm really looking for somebody who is extraordinarily analytical, thoughtful in their approach, deliberative, that has the time, that understands it takes a long time. It's not necessarily kind of like, looking at climate policy, per se. It's really kind of, there's a ton of applications and things that are coming your way. So could you kind of talk a little bit for a sec about your approach to the job of a planning commission member?
Yeah, so I have been warned that the job is very intense and very labor intensive. And I think my approach would be to dive right into it. Like you said, there's lots of documents that need to be read. I just said I have an engineering background, so technical and kind of analytical type things are things that come easy to me, and I think I'm good at assessing things and helping to make judgments and give inputs on it. So I think really my approach to it would just be to dive in. I attended the mobility workshop last night and heard feedback, and I've been doing some investigation and study work on the sixth cycle housing element that just recently got approved online. So looking through the details of that, and you're right, there's a lot of information behind all that. And you're right, I don't have a background in some of those things, but I do think I have a common sense approach and a balanced approach to things, and be able to make decisions and work with people to come up with, most of these things need compromises. There's not I've heard a lot of passionate people talk tonight, and a lot of them are contrary to each other. So you got to find a win-win compromise that gets things done. And a lot of that is in the execution. The plan is one thing, then how do you execute it? That's what people are worried about. What's the traffic going to be, and what's the impact of my neighborhood and the sidewalks and things like that. So I think it's all about executing the details. Is, I think, a really critical thing.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you for everything you've done with scouting as well. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. No, it was great. My kids all enjoyed it. All right. Good night.
All right. Our next applicant is Dana Weeks. Dana, you can start when ready.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Dana Weeks. I've been a resident of Encinitas since 1996. I purchased my first property in Cardiff in 2000, an accomplishment at 24 and recently out of college. Since then, my husband and I have owned several primary homes and rental properties in the areas of Cardiff, Old Encinitas, and in Leucadia. I have degrees in computer science and biology and a master's in bioengineering. I was a professor at Sanford Burnham Medical Research Institute. I have extensive experience investigating technical and scientific documents, having authored numerous peer-reviewed publications and co-authored several awarded NIH grants. I'm assuming this might be useful reviewing these reams of documents in Planning Commission. My husband, 3 children, and I are all avid surfers. I have been a member of Surf Riders since 1986. My family partakes in and values all this community has to offer. All of the applicants for this position are well educated, and like myself, we all have interest and concern about the future growth and sustainability of our beautiful Encinitas. However, what sets me apart, over the last 20 years, I have developed an inclination and talent for renovating and building. I've constructed several ADUs, one is owner-builder. I've stood on the other side of the counter in the building department. Working with my contractors and architects, I have unrolled the plans, navigated through the inevitable conflicts with each project to stay within the guidelines of building regulations and conflicts each project offers, mitigating the neighbors' concerns. I'm experienced with the procedures of permitting, citizens participation program, and obtaining coastal commission permits. With each project, I have enjoyed maintaining the aesthetics of the neighborhood that I also reside in. I've experienced firsthand how the city has changed its procedures over the years to encourage and streamline permits for ADUs an important source of housing in our community. If appointed to Planning Commission, I will provide thoughtful and feasible recommendations to the council based on input from the community, follow the guidelines of the recently state certified housing element, understand and adhere to the parameters of the city building code and state building mandates. I will serve and assist the council in project decisions and hopefully aid in avoiding costly litigations. Thank you for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you, Dana. And then I'm just going to try one more time. Charity Alcazar. Is Charity on the line? I don't see Charity. And then one more time, Dana Siegel. Okay, Mayor, that does seem to conclude all of our applicants.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. It's always so interesting to hear from people, the different backgrounds people have and perspectives and things that bring them to this, to apply for these commission seats. And I just want to thank everybody who cares so much about our city and is willing to dedicate your time and talent to it. So I see my council members quickly putting their hands up, so I'll go ahead and call on you in order. Council Member Mosca.
Yeah, this is not different than the past. I mean, we never have a shortage of extraordinarily talented folks, and we heard it from Ann Holmstead, who was one of our first council members on the Encinitas City Council, who talked about it, about the amazing folks that live in Encinitas. So apparently we've had some really extraordinary volunteers from the very beginning, and this group meets that standard of folks that are really bring us a wealth of knowledge and a depth of understanding and experience. And so it really is a hard decision. I've gone through all of the resumes, and I've talked to a couple of people, those that have reached out to me, and I've been impressed with everyone. I take this decision extraordinarily serious, just because of the level of commitment somebody has to make to this commission. It's, all of our commissions are important, but this commission, they meet twice a month. There's some really important, heavy issues before them, as we know. And the next person's going to be thrown right into the mix with some really important decisions that are coming their way. And so, for me, it's really somebody, I've already said this, I want somebody who is extraordinarily thoughtful, who's analytical, who knows how to dissect these applications, knows the questions to ask. If they don't know the answers, they know how to find those answers. That they understand the community in which they're asked to represent, and know how to balance all the various issues at play, not just in their community, but at large, the entire city. I think that's so important. And that they understand, they have a clear vision of what the values are of our city. And so, just kind of looking at all of that and having seen all the different folks kind of in play and being kind of conservative, because I'm putting forth somebody who I think has actually proven themselves in the spotlight. And has come to our meetings numerous times and has shown passion for the community that they're seeking to represent, an understanding of the issues, an analytical ability, a commitment to the process, because it is an extensive process. And so I'm going to put forth Christine Ryan, because I think that she's really amazing. A bit, as an attorney, I got to say I'm probably a bit biased toward other attorneys, and maybe it is that we kind of think alike or something. But there's something in the way that she presents things that she says. I just feel that the deliberative process that's at play in the Planning Commission, I think that she would do extraordinarily well. I think she would make our city proud and make us proud. And so I'd like to put forth Christine Ryan. And so I'll make that a motion as well, that I'd like to put forth Christine Ryan as the representative for the community of Leucadia.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion, and then I'll call on my other colleagues. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to explain, kind of like Joe did, what I look for when I'm looking for a commissioner on the Planning Commission. This is a very difficult role. It is sometimes, I think, more difficult than our role. So certainly you need an energetic person, articulate and well-qualified person, and we've got those on this list of candidates. It's just amazing how well qualified these folks are and how passionate they are. So I want to thank all of them for presenting today and being interested in this position. What I do look for is someone who brings moderation and a level head. I think that is a very important qualification for such a difficult position. And also a clear expression of their passion for our character, our context, and what's important to our community. So an understanding of how to translate the mandates and the regulations and all those details of what we need to and what we must abide by through the lens of what's in the best interest for our community, aesthetically, context-based, environmentally. And these are not easy things, but when I look at these candidates and I look at their qualifications and hear them talk today, which is very helpful to hear them talk today, I want to point in the direction of Robert Switzler, not exclusively, but I do want to, he's kind of like someone I wouldn't have known. He's not been involved in the past, but I do know Steve Dalton, and Steve Dalton is a colleague of mine, and he also currently serves on the Planning Commission, and Steve Dalton speaks highly of Robert. And so I do want to mention Robert as a lead candidate in my mind, but I also do want to echo what Councilmember Mosca has said, and that is, in hearing Christine Ryan present, maybe at first I wasn't quite sure how her legal training was relevant. I mean, clearly relevant to the needs of this position. However, she did articulate that very well as far as looking at the details of what the requirements are and then translating that through what's in the best interest of the community. She clearly has come forward in the past to step up and demonstrate that she is interested in the community. So I'm not here to second Joe's motion. I wanted to explain first where my gut feeling is going here with these candidates. That's what I'll contribute at this point.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hinsey.
Thank you. So I maybe will be the one that seconds Councilmember Mosca's motion, because I too did a lot of fact finding. I think my first thing I do when I am reviewing commissioner appointments is go through my email and reread emails that those applicants have sent. And I did that in this case too, like other cases. And Chris has written to us consistently about a bunch of different projects, and her emails are always very thought-provoking. She's an independent thinker, so we'll get a lot of emails about the same thing, and Chris isn't one to sign her name on a form letter. I've seen her work collaboratively with groups to accomplish things, but I also have seen her set herself apart. She has disagreed with us at times, and sometimes she'll write us an email that's either critical of a decision that we've made, but she can always articulate why she's done that. And I see her as in dialogue with the city, and it's something that has been going on for a very long time. So I thought that there were some other amazing candidates as well, Robert, Dana, and I encourage them to apply again and keep showing up at meetings and keep giving us your opinion, because I think you'll be wonderful commissioners someday. I also want to say to John Eldon, I appreciate you applying, and I have known your family since I was very young, and I'm so appreciative of the contributions that you make. And I think that my opinion and my perspective on this council is a little different than that of John's, because, you know, I often hear the origin story of the city of Encinitas and how so much of the city's planning efforts at that time were to take back local control and stop so much building that was, you know, in the perspective of our founders, not consistent with the small beach town vibe. And, you know, when you really look around our community, so much of the building that happened at that time was multifamily apartments. And those apartments are so important to our community fabric because they house those in our community who are able to get a foothold to come to Encinitas, to live in Encinitas, to be able to have a family here, send their kids to our public schools, and contribute to our city. And so for me, these apartment complexes like the Grandview apartments or the Pacifica condos, they might not be the most perfect example of Encinitas architecture, but they serve a really important role. And so while, you know, this has been a painful process to go through the update of our general plan and have an overlay of apartment buildings that are going to be very high density, I think that I'm looking for a planning commissioner who is going to be open to this new housing stock for us, but also be very articulate in the way that they're going to ensure high quality projects. And I think that that is what Chris will be able to do. She'll be able to articulate all of these things that will result in a better project, including setbacks and landscaping and improvements to the surrounding area that will include walking and biking and all of these things that we're looking for when we have applicants bring forward a project. So those are all my comments, but I'm very grateful for everybody who applied, and I think that Chris is the right person for the role at this time.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second, and I'll call on Deputy Mayor Kranz.
Thank you. Yes, there's no question that any of the applicants tonight would make great Planning Commission members. And so I thank you all for submitting the applications. We have, I think, shown in the history of the recent history of involvement on the Planning Commission that with someone like Bruce Ehlers, who was appointed, who clearly has, been an adversary in many land use decisions that the city council has made, but we recognize that his, part in the deliberative process is very important, and that he has provided a great deal of insight and advocacy for his positions. He does that very well. And I have no question that everybody that applied for this particular job this time would be able to do the same thing. But for me, the person that rises above all the others is Chris Ryan. So I will be supporting her. The last time I had the opportunity to interact with Chris in public was after we made the decision to put in an all-way stop sign at La Costa Avenue and Vulcan Avenue. And she was one of 3 women who wanted to meet with me to talk about it. So we went to the intersection and stood on the corner for half an hour, 45 minutes, talking about the pros and cons of any number of alternatives that we might be able to put together. But that was an example of her strong advocacy for our community and the decisions that we make and the impacts that they have on the lives of the residents that we live with is really important to her. She has, as Councilmember Hinsey pointed out, been quite active in sending emails on issues. She has been at the podium on many occasions advocating her position. And so it is for that reason that I think that with her background as a lawyer, Lord knows housing law is very complicated. And I think that she is well equipped to parse some of what we're going through and will contribute to the conversation. So I will be supporting her as well.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll weigh in here. So I'm not going to repeat what my colleagues have said, but I'll just emphasize that I look at the entire commission and who's already on it. And so we have 2 architects on the commission, and we have a high-level engineer and longtime community advocate. And so the addition of an attorney, I think, would be really good. The Planning Commission's role is truthfully very prescribed. It's important that there be an understanding of what the Planning Commission has discretion over and what they don't. And so I'm excited to support Christine for this position as well. I think that it's clear that her advocacy and engagement with the community shows that a deep knowledge of Leucadia and the city of Encinitas and also the city and its processes, which is very valuable. And there are a lot of the other applicants also have places where they have interacted with the city that would bring value to this planning commission. But I think when I look at the planning commission, who's on it and what we need on it and who would add a lot to that, Christine is the person who I would like to support as well for this position. So I want to encourage the other applicants to apply to other commissions or this commission again. You know, the seats come up, and several of us have been on commissions before we ran for office, and it's a great opportunity to see how the city works, and I do really encourage that. And I'm so grateful that we have such a strong applicant pool, because we always have a difficult time choosing, and it's just wonderful to see that richness in our community. So I want to really thank everybody for applying. So with that, let's go ahead and vote. We have a motion and a second.
Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons?
Yes.
Councilmember Mosca?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Crayons?
Yes.
And Mayor Blakespear?
Yes.
Motion to appoint Chris Ryan passes unanimously. And I would just like, Mayor, to reiterate your comments. Thank you to all of our applicants. And just a reminder that our commission meetings are open to the public, so you're welcome to attend and provide comments on items as necessary. And then every December, we do start the recruitment process for all of those terms that are expiring at the beginning of the year. So look for the announcement. It's usually the first 2 weeks of December. Applications are generally due late January, and appointments are made in mid-February for terms expiring on March 1st.
Okay, thank you. So now we're moving on to the next item, which is, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say the next item is 10B, which staff indicated earlier has been pulled from the agenda. So that takes us to item 10C.
Okay, and how many comments do we have on this item?
Item 10C, just let me double check. We have none. Donna Westbrook was registered to speak, but I do not see her on the line.
Okay, do we have a brief staff report?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I do have our consultant here with a presentation regarding the user fees and how they were calculated. So I'd like to introduce him. Our last fee study was prepared in 2017, and this is Tony Thrasher of Wildan Financial Services, who conducted the update of this fee study.
So let me share my screen for the presentation. We'll get that started. So it's up. All right, everyone can see, everyone, it's working?
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, so I am Tony Thrasher with Wildan Financial. We did do the previous fee study, and we're back here to update it. So I'll start off with just an overall discussion. What are user fees? What are we talking about? These are private benefit services being requested by individuals, and they encompass the cost, the operational cost of the staff that provides them. Right, so there's usually little to no benefit to the community as a whole. Some ancillary benefits, but it's categorized as private benefit services. So state law requires that individual use of the services be voluntary, and that the determination of the fee be based off of the reasonable full cost of providing the services itself. So when we're doing a user fee study, our primary goal is to determine what that reasonable full cost of providing services are. And when we do so, we attempt to calculate each individual fee, what its cost is, right, on a service-by-service basis. And in doing so, the process is to first develop the fully burdened hourly rates of staff that are providing the services. And we start with the salaries and benefits, and we layer on direct as well as indirect overhead. And the direct comes in the form of operational costs staff needs to perform their duties, and the indirect overhead is through the cost allocation plan. So that's the central services of the city and how they provide support to those operating departments. And user fees, 100% of the cost may be recovered for cost recovery, or their service rates wind up, right, up to that 100% full cost. So within the study itself, there are numerous kind of individual kind of key markers that we want to hit. First, we want to develop a rational basis for setting fees. So what are the costs involved, the staff involved, so that we can determine what is the total cost of providing those services. Identifying what your current and possibly future existing subsidy amounts that will remain. Identifying any fee adjustments that enhance any fairness and equity depending on how they're being provided through the community. Make sure that we're maintaining consistency with local policy I'll discuss later, but outreach to the BIA, community, making sure that those policy objectives are in place, as well as compliance with state law at the same time. And because we did the fee study in the past, we also that comprehensive list of fees. We use Excel-based models, so they're easy to kind of update, easy to make sure that we're accounting for all the factors. And now the scope of the study was building, planning, public works, fire prevention, and marine safety. Used to calculate the full cost. We start off with department budgets, the salary and benefit, kind of really all the cost data that goes into staffing and the operational costs of providing the services. And then when we meet with staff and talk with them about what the staffing structures are in place, how those services are provided, so that we can get down to, and I'll skip it a little bit, based off how services are provided and how staff is performing those services, incorporating productive or billable hours, so we can get to direct and indirect hours that are being worked on services as well as other tasks, and develop time estimates for the individual fees. And then we also incorporate the indirect cost allocation plan. And just want to stress, it's very important to note that the inputs that go into our model and into the analysis, they come from the city through the budgets and from staff through what it actually takes to provide those services. So they're the kind of the boots on the ground. They know what it takes to do the job. So the summary steps of that entire process is where we meet with the staff, we meet with the departments, we have those interviews so that we can obtain those time estimates, which amount to the labor costs, and as well as incorporation of indirect and direct overhead. And that builds our cost layers for who's providing the direct services, where the indirect support lies, and that's where those overheads factor in through the indirect. Ultimately, through that process, we define what the full cost of all services are, and only then do we talk about where the city might want to, adopt a cost recovery policy, or where they might want to set fees. Right? We don't talk about where fees should be set until after we know where the costs are. Here's an example of that calculation for fees. We start off with the salaries and benefits. We divide it by the number of productive hours. That gives us our salary and benefit rate for all staff involved. We layer on the direct and indirect overhead. And that gives us our fully burdened hourly rate. And then when we multiply that by a reasonable time estimate for all those involved, that gives us the full cost of the service. So the predominant cost within most city services is going to be your direct labor, as well as third-party costs, the case for your building services, right? But we also account for, as mentioned a few times now, right, the operational administrative functions that go into the direct overhead, as well as the central service overhead through the cost allocation plan, which is the central functions of the city, like finance, city clerk, city manager, those, and their kind of existence supporting the other departments of the city. It's important to note that if we're looking at, say, performing or providing that service, they actually account for multiple departments that are involved, either directly or indirectly. If there's indirect support, that comes through the cost allocation plan. But if there's direct support, that means there's time that we've logged onto the fee, or the staff is identified as being part of that fee. And so there's multiple departments being involved, even though it's just is under one department category. So now I'll get into the departments themselves. So we'll start with building. And for building, services are provided by Eskil Corporation through contract, and that's how fees are determined as well. So the actual fees for service are determined through the contract, but then we calculate the overhead factor that represents the city providing direct and indirect support for those services. So the full cost of that support amounts to 42% overhead rate that it attaches to those fees. Now, the current fee is at 30%, and so staff is recommended. And the revenue effect that would be projected from that would be $57,000. For planning, time-based approach, so what's the fully burdened hourly rate of the staff involved, and what are the time estimates that attach to that right? And the result of the kind of the planning analysis found that the current fees are, I'm going to use the word, woefully short of providing for full cost recovery, right? So going from the previous study to the current study, staff has identified the other departments that are involved with providing those services and other functions and other steps that are involved. And so in doing so, it showed that you're further below cost recovery than previously thought. And then at the same time, staff did meet with the BIA and talk to them about where the full costs were and kind of the plans for where the city might want to go for recovering more costs. And as a result of those discussions, staff is recommending that the fee increases be limited to 10% in year one and 15% cost recovery in future years. It's important to note that the 10% and 15% are not going to get the department to 80%. That would be a future kind of goal because you're coming from even further down, kind of an average of 30 to 40% cost recovery currently. And so as a result, there'd be an increase to 48 fees, 9 fees would remain as currently set, and 9 new fees would be added. Engineering, it's the same time-based approach that was done for planning and is also kind of lockstep with that planning meeting with BIA. And so the staff recommendation also applies here where it's a 10% on the first year and 15% on the second year with that goal of 80% for future years. There would be an increase to 61 fees. 12 fees would be are variable. Basically, the way the service is provided and is variable depending on the project that is involved. And that's what that one means. 3 fees would remain as currently set and 4 new fees within the agenda documents is the full schedule, so it has the layout of everything. It's just really hard to see in a presentation format. This approach, but the results of the analysis found that currently fees are around where their full cost recovery is. And so there was a mix of fee increases, I think it was adjustments, right? So up and down. So the increase of 12 fees, 17 fees would decrease, 3 fees would remain, 2 new fees would be added, but ultimately the average fee change is a 2% increase. Not a big one there. And marine safety was brought in kind of after we got the process started because they have a heavy involvement with encroachment permits. And so we want to make sure that we got that time involved as well. But we did add fees for under their category, but they amount to personnel rates. So we calculated the fully burdened hourly rates of those personnel so that they can kind of log their time on special events and for any other activities that might come into play. And so they're all new fees, but also their time has been logged into the planning activities for encroachment permits. And so we show what your costs are and what your current fees are, and then the question becomes where to set your fees. Well, the general standard is then whoever is receiving that benefit should pay 100% of the full cost. These aren't taxes, right? They're not impact fees. They're private benefit services. So in the case of, say, a neighbor getting an addition onto their house, if they're not paying their full costs, and what that means is that the neighbor is paying a portion of that through their tax dollars. These costs still exist whether or not you charge 100%, and that typically impacts your general fund. So you have less money for police, fire, special events, and such like that. But in certain situations, it is, I'd say there's no city that doesn't subsidize their fees to some degree. And it's done for many reasons, encouraging participation. We have some listed here. Ensuring compliance is a big one. We're talking about development type fees. But ultimately, it's up to each city to determine what makes the most sense. And the biggest factor is typically where you're currently at compared to where you're trying to get to the step increases that we're looking at for planning and engineering being recommended for multiple years. We do recommend the city use and you end up with these kind of jumps in fee increases if you don't keep up with, say, a CPI, right, inflationary increase as part of the budgetary process that we go through. I'm here to answer questions you have about methodology or really anything about the study. And I believe staff's also here to help answer any questions if you have about the process or any of the fees specifically.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to quickly ask, in the staff report, you refer to Parks and Rec fees, which I actually think are in a bit of a different category. And so you didn't mention that here, and I just wanted to have you address that.
Yeah, so the Parks and Rec fees were told to be brought back at a later date. So that's not what's kind of part of this right now, but it was part of the study. Parks and Rec fees are definitely different. They're categorized differently based off of Prop 26, kind of what you need to do as part of updating those fees. They're actually mostly market-based. They're not publicly owned facilities, and so collection of those costs offset the costs to the taxpayers for everything involved with that. Now, having said that, away, and so that's going to come to council, I believe, at a later date. And Teresa, you probably know more about that.
Yes, our Parks and Rec department wanted to do more of an outreach to the public and the commission. And they also wanted to do that as part of or also include their field allocation policy. So,
okay. Yeah, I'll just say that because it was in the staff report and it seems like maybe we're using the same consultant to do it, that I think you could make an argument that like the person who checks a book out of the library is only getting a public benefit because they're the only one reading the book. But that's really, I mean, from my perspective, that's not the right way to look at it. We have public libraries because we want to have an educated populace. We want a place for people to go to be able to access a wide variety of information. This is a public gathering place. And in many ways, the Parks and Rec fees, like I want our seniors to be able to have dances and our Cub Scouts to be able to meet in rooms that are subsidized. And so I see all of that subsidy as being really important. And I just want to make sure that there's not some portion of this that's going to be kind of moved through the process without a different analysis framework, because that I think of that as really important. And I'll also just say that I want to make sure I support all of this that we're doing here, but I want to make sure that we do have options for people who are low income to be able to, like, for example, improve their roof so that they could stay in their house and not have to move out when the fees associated with something are like really too much for them. And I know we have programs to some extent, but I just want to make sure that I'd like that addressed to make sure that we still have those programs and that we are funding them appropriately, and that there are ways for people who really need to improve their house and it doesn't become completely run down or they have to move out because they can't afford the fees.
We Mayor did not address that part, but I will look into that and see what we've done in the past on that and ask the department directors to help in that. So we'll let you know.
I could speak a little bit to replacing a roof. So that would be a building function. And so that would amount to a 3% increase over the current fee.
Okay.
You're
cutting out a little bit for me for some reason. It's hard for me to follow everything, but yeah, I understand maybe it's just 3%, but I still just want to make sure that we do have options for people, because as 3% becomes 6%, it's like the whole point is to get to 80%. So I just want to make sure that we are subsidizing a portion in the same way utility bills are subsidized for people and water and things, we provide for people and I think we just need to make sure we're doing that with our fees on projects like this: building, plan check, fire, all that kind of stuff.
Yes, and I'm happy to do that. And Director Sapau is here too, and we can work on that together.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor Blakespear. I have a couple questions. Some of it might have to do with our history, but I want to start with, I didn't see this in the document, and if it was there, please call it to my attention, but have we done a comparison of what our costs and also our fees are relative to other municipalities of a similar size?
So a comparison was done previously for the primary study. This was more of an update. And so in the previous study, the city was very, trying to think of the best way to say this. You were not comparable to your neighbors. You were much lower than your neighbors. So kind of the increases needed that you would see for the planning and engineering would bring you closer to being comparable to them, but still you would be on the low end. And then as from a comparing cost standpoint, the issue with doing that is you typically don't know the cost structure of other cities. It's not laid out this way unless they've done a fee analysis recently, and they don't always publish exactly the results of that in the same fashion. But that's a more difficult thing. So I'd say typically when you're looking at a comparison, what you want to take from it is this is what they charge versus this is what we're charging.
Okay. There was a primary study. When was that primary study done?
2017, was it, Teresa?
Yes, that's correct. It was in 2017.
Great, thank you. Is this the first time we've done this detailed fee study then? Is this the first time for us?
No, we usually do it every 2 to 3 years. This last one was 4 years ago just because of the pandemic and we delayed it a bit, but this is not the first time, no.
It seems like, and I think, Tony, you acknowledged it, that we kind of got out of whack a little bit with planning and engineering as far as our cost recovery. And I'm just wondering why we ended up being so, why that happened. Did our costs increase and our fees just didn't increase relatively? Since you've got some history with this, can you shed some light on how that happened, where our cost recovery just got so lagged behind?
I can't speak from before 2017, but at the results of the 2017 study, you were not going to full cost recovery, and your costs were still higher than the fees that were adopted. So you kind of retained a bit of that lower end cost recovery even through that study.
Okay. All right. Well, I agree with Mayor Blakespear that these are numbers, yes, but this is kind of a philosophy too. And where are we aligned in our philosophy for how much we want to go in the direction of full cost recovery versus subsidizing? So I'm not sure we're really needing to go to full cost recovery, but it seems like your proposal this year is modest in that direction.
Yes, very much so. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Lyons. Councilmember Mosca.
I agree with Councilmember Lyons in that that there is a bit of philosophical discussion going on here. You know, where do you want to be in terms of cost recovery? And I think that the higher that you go, you obviously catch, you know, your neighbor who wants to, you know, improve the condition of their house or do just regular maintenance. And so, you know, I guess that in the past that, you know, the wherewithal for going too high was probably not there, and they wanted to kind of maintain a certain level so that folks weren't getting, you know, big fees to fix up their house. But as time has gone on, we've certainly had that goal of 80% cost recovery. And I agree with that cost recovery. And I think that it's a good goal. And I think that we should be climbing that hill and getting closer and closer to that 80%. So that's why I agree with these fees today. And I agree with what was said before about Parks and Rec. You know, my family in particular is a family that moved to Encinitas for many reasons. You know, people find themselves living in Encinitas. But the quality of life, the trails, the parks, the beaches, all of these things for me and my family is really what makes Encinitas so special. And so for me, it's really, as the mayor articulated, you know, I would not be comfortable on a philosophical level with 80% cost recovery within Parks and Rec. And so I'm thankful that we did separate it, and that when it comes back, that it should not be 80% cost recovery. And I'm hopeful that through the outreach to all the different folks that you guys are outreaching to, that becomes clear.
Okay.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, I thought it went to Tony to respond now because he's highlighted, but.
All right, sorry. So,
I think we got you. I think we got what you said, Councilor Mosca. Yeah.
all right. So yeah, I just let me turn my video off. That may give me a little bit more bandwidth. Yeah. So when that comes back, I'm hopeful that in terms of the Parks and Rec one, that we don't have anywhere near the 80%. And I do agree with you, Catherine, Mayor Blakespeare, about still looking at these 80% cost recovery within some of this building area and other permits is really high. And so we should have programs that can help those that need some further subsidization. So we may want to ask staff to come back with different programs in mind that could actually help, with respect to folks that are low income and those type of programs that we see in other areas. So, whenever you open and close the public hearing, I will move the staff's recommendation on this item.
Okay, thank you. We have one more speaker. Council member or Deputy Mayor Krantz, but could you also change the view so we can see each other? And
yeah,
thanks. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, this is, I remember the meeting in 2017, and there was a prior meeting, as I recall, and always fascinated by this idea that the public sector is satisfied with recovering 80% of their costs. I have a job in the private sector that, you don't stay in business if you use that particular formula. So it is kind of odd. But I get that, people's property tax, the revenues that accrue to the city from property tax and other taxes are an important part of putting together a city staff that people can count on. So I appreciate what we're doing here to try and get this a little closer to the 80%. I am a little bit shocked by how many will still be well below 80%. So, I think that we need to make sure that we don't let this fall through the cracks, and that we make sure we, in a timely fashion, are revisiting this idea and getting it much closer to the 80%. I'm concerned about the pass-through credit card costs and debit card transaction fees. And my concern is related to the fact that we have, over the years, done a very good job of steering people in this process to be able to conduct their business online, which would include the transaction that paid fees. And essentially, in that situation, it's not very easy to do anything other than use a credit card. So if we're going to be passing through those fees, it is my hope that we have some alternative for checking out that would include sending a check. Once you have your shopping cart and your fees have been calculated, there needs to be some process, either ACH or sending a check or whatever the case may be, but requiring people to pay by credit card and then picking up the processing fees strikes me as kind of unfair. The other issue is that it is my hope that we are only recovering those pass-through costs, and I know that different credit cards charge at different percentages. So it would be my hope that we are also taking that into consideration when collecting those fees, and not just kind of establishing an average or anything like that. So if somebody pays with American Express, which notoriously has higher fees, maybe we don't even accept American Express. I don't know the details of that sort of thing are not here, but I think it's pretty important that we are managing this in a way that continues to encourage people to use the online portal and paying without having to incur those additional fees.
Yes, thank you. And I wanted to address that we're not charging a convenience fee where it's a percentage of the transaction. We will be working with our credit card vendors where they will charge it as the customer pays. So we will not be involved in that, and they will be charged the actual cost. So
and how about an ACH, which I think historically doesn't have those additional fees, Or is there a way for them to say, I'm going to pay by check, and, you know, or maybe because in some cases we can pay now by check via image capture, and it can be transmitted to, you know, in that way via check. So these are all, I think, important ways. These fees can add up pretty quick. If you're doing a remodel to your house, it can be a pretty good chunk of money. And I know that there are plenty of people that would be happy to pay for the first class stamp, even though the price of first class postage has gone up. It's still less than $1. So, you know, I just hope that we're figuring out how to accommodate people who are interested in not having to pay those exorbitant fees.
Yes, the water district is set up to allow for e-checks, and so that's something we'll be moving towards too.
Okay, very good. Awesome.
Okay, my one last question was actually about the encroachment permits for marine safety. Like, what is that exactly?
I will ask, we have the departments here because they worked with Tony on the studies. I believe it's David Brown that's here.
I just wonder if marine safety is more like parks than it is like building and planning. Because it's not somebody who's trying to build a self-storage unit or something. It's like some, it's an event that's happening on our beaches, which might be like an event happening in our parks.
Yeah, so the large majority of what we get cost recovery for is for special events, such as Switchfoot, things like that. So it's mostly just recovering costs of employees that work those events. The encroachment stuff, there's pre-planning that goes on for all of these events. And I think that that's where that came from when Captain Giles was still here. So yeah, it may be looked at a little bit different, such as the way you would look at the Parks Department.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm inclined to want to approve this tonight, but I just want to make sure that those concerns that I raised and were echoed by others are reflected, which is that there are benefits to community events, and we don't want them to be priced so high that they don't happen. So that's the whole point of talking about the library and the senior community center and the parks and the beaches. So can that just be addressed by somebody on staff, like basically head on here about the fees that are being proposed for beaches? Marine safety.
Yeah, Mayor, Chief Stein here. In terms of, like Acting Captain Brown was saying about the special events, that is merely to capture the time that we spend on that special event outside of our regular beach duties. And we feel that that is an acceptable charge, since the vendor is putting on the event, and most of them are making money on it. And we have dedicated staff time that is strictly for that event in terms of planning, and then also for beach safety for that event. So that's why we feel that it is an accurate reflection of good cost recovery.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Chief Stein. Councilmember Lyons, do you have your hand back up? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. I realized I just had another question for our consultant, Tony. Yes, he is still on. I was trying to track back to what we're actually approving here, and it's, you know, it's several things, right? Because it's the building, the planning, the engineering, the fire, and the marine. And then each has its own spreadsheet, which itemizes all the percentages of increase, and all the percentages are different, and, you know, so it's not one thing. So I'm just trying to make sure I'm clear about this. There's only two of these departments, the planning and the engineering, that have increases included over 2 years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is the consumer price index of 1.5% added into anything? I saw it discussed, but then I didn't see it come through to the recommendation.
So, and it just kind of synopsize the changes, right? So for building, it's a 3% increase to the overhead. For fire, it's a 2% average fee change. And for marine safety, it's rates for that staff. For planning and engineering, it is 2 years of increases of 10% and 15%, right? And so that's where that comes into play. So we're recommending a CPI in future years, right? So when, say, for building or for departments which are like fire is a good example where they don't have a big increase needed, but to keep up with their costs, we would recommend a CPI increase. For planning and for engineering, we'd actually recommend that you look at how you want to get to your 80% cost recovery in future years, right? So you could use CPI to get there. It's just going to take a few years to get there, right? So instead, staff, through talking to BIA and through your own cost recovery policy, might want to look at doing additional steps. You're currently looking at 10% and 15% for just those two. And you could see from the tables for most of those. And so kind of to wrap back to the question about including marine safety in the, we've included them in the cost, but you're not even getting close to that. So it's kind of like we've added them into it, but it's not quite getting you there. So it's just showing. Yeah. I'm going to turn off my video because I think I'm starting to
yeah,
in and out.
Okay, is that enough, Councilmember Lyons, or did you?
Yeah, that answered my question, and then he was going to make a comment about the marine safety, but that was your question more than mine. Yeah.
Yeah, it was more to just reflect that, well, higher costs on those planning applications, the encroachment permits, which incorporate the marine safety time for kind of those coastal impacts, right? So when they do need to do that pre-planning and those activities. Well, it's showing that cost. Since you're not going for full cost recovery, you're in essence not collecting that cost of that staff involvement. It's merely being reflected there. Just because you're right now at, anywhere from in the 20s to 40% cost recovery for individual fees.
Okay, great. I understand that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Mosca.
I'm so sorry to belabor this point, but I didn't realize the marine safety item until you brought this up, Mayor Blakespeare. So can we just kind of review this again? So I'm looking at the chart in the staff report. So it says essentially no data available for previous years. So are these brand new fees? And these are fees that are related to community-based organizations that would be having events on our beaches.
Councilmember Mosca, yes. These are new fees for the marine safety, and they are related to the special events. We were charging for them, but they were not included in prior studies, so this was our way to get them in. How
did we recover previously for years that we've had all these events?
We used our actual rate, our salary and benefit rate, and we did charge for overhead, but it was low enough to make sure we didn't overcharge. And so this is just a better comprehensive study on that to calculate the proper amount.
So just to get back to our point before, and then I'm wondering too, should this be kind of taken and put within the Parks and Rec as opposed to being considered now? But just to get back to Councilmember Lyons' kind of point about philosophical, this is kind of a philosophical question, and it is. I'm not just saying that in any kind of cheeky manner. It is a philosophical question. And so, while we talk about trying to get, the goal of 80% within building and trying to get those fees up to 80% cost recovery, here we're out of the gate 100% cost recovery on stuff. And so I'm wondering, so how did we decide 100% cost recovery on events? And also talk to me in a practical manner. Like, so if you have an event that we feel like we're already working with these different events and they're providing a tremendous amount of community benefit, what's their increase in price from the city of Encinitas, and what's the alternative in terms of do they need to work with marine safety? Could they work with somebody else? So just trying to understand, how did we get to 100%? Why not something less than 100% cost recovery? Especially since I would favor something less than that for events in our city. And yeah, so and what's the practical impact on some of these events in our city, which could actually be measured more readily by the Parks and Rec staff?
Chief Stein, can you respond to that question, please, since those were permits?
Yes. So I will respond to the philosophical part of the question, and maybe the consultant can respond to the 100% versus the additional or the 80%. We have always been charging for these special events. However, we've done it kind of, I wouldn't say back of the napkin, but we did it using the existing rates that we had. We felt that since this study was going on, it would be better to formalize it and add marine safety staff's time into this study, and so we can make a better justification for when these events happen for the vendors. So that's why we wanted to include marine safety merely to get them added into the study to be able to justify the cost better than we have in the past.
All right. So from a practical standpoint, Chief Stein, so it sounds like we've charged before. So we're saying we're going to recover about $125,000. Is that the same as what we would have expected in previous years, even though we said not applicable in the data in the chart that was in the staff report? So would we have collected $125,000 from these events in the past?
I can speak to that, Chief.
Okay, go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, that number is actually incorrect. We have more around $20,000 or less on average each year in cost recovery. The biggest chunk of that is the Switchfoot. Most of these events are very small, where we're staffing public safety for a paddle out to a memorial paddle out or something like that, and it usually costs a couple $100s. So I'm not sure where that $125,000 figure came from, but it's not correct.
All right. So 20,000. So is there in fact increase from prior years?
No, actually, these numbers are less.
All right. So there's no increase from before. We're just now basically establishing this as a fee within this fee study, and within this fee matrix, we're establishing that.
Correct.
But this is also, Dave, right? This is also the opportunity for us to say whether or not we want 100% cost recovery or we want something less.
It is, but it's a direct impact on our operational budget. We only have so much set aside for primarily seasonal hours and overtime and all that. So if it comes out for these things and it's not specifically budgeted for, that an additional $20,000, then we're taking public safety away somewhere else throughout the year.
All right, Dave, you got me there. Okay. All right. Hard to argue with that. All right. All right. Thank you. I have no more questions.
Okay, thank you. I just have one more question. So if someone dies and their family's planning a paddle out, we don't currently charge them, right? As it's just do we currently charge them for that?
A lot of times that's a rush permit situation, and they don't all get charged. If it's something way out in the future, then yeah, we would have a fee. But again, it's very small. It comes out to 3 to 4 man hours or lifeguard hours.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I just want to avoid the situation where because we have a new system, which it seems like Joe just unearthed all this. Basically, it's about the same, but a little bit more. I mean, it's not 100%, which is what he started out asking, thinking it was 100%, but it's not. But that what I want to avoid is that someone who's having a paddle out is all of a sudden being charged $450 when they used to be charged $0. And I know it's your overtime and this and that, but part of that is like the community experience of having an ocean is that you should be able to paddle out. And I mean, I think that's a great example of the difference between a Switchfoot, tens of thousands of people coming to the beach, and a little family event. But people want to follow the rules, so they get a permit. So what's the situation there?
I think in those circumstances, we could definitely look at waiving fees because again, that's a pretty it doesn't happen very often. And to your point, it's a benefit to the public. And so it's pretty negligible overall, those events. It's more of the bigger ones, Switchfoot, Surfing Madonna in the past, surf contests, things of that nature. And also, you know, when we were doing the sand hauling for the hotel project, that ate a lot of man hours as well. So, you know, we do have to have something in place where we can do cost recovery for these bigger events.
All right. Well, that makes sense. Okay. Well, I mean, maybe you could work together with Parks and Rec and the city staff to figure out if there are ways to make exceptions for these smaller events so that, you know, the paddle out isn't caught up in the big hotels post-holing project, you know. Because you're right. Those are all good examples of things that we do need to collect cost recovery on. So I'll go ahead and move approval of this item.
And then Mayor, before we get a second, do you want to open and close the public hearing?
I definitely want to do that. I will do that with my trusty gavel right here. It is now open and now it is closed.
Thank you.
Second on the motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
All right. Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons?
Yes.
Councilmember Mosca?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kranz?
Yes.
And Mayor Blakespear?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, great. Thank you everybody for that item, the detail on that. So now where are we? We're on to council member initiated items, right?
Yes, so just a reminder to the public in case they didn't hear before, items 10D and 10E are continued to a date certain of August 18th. So that does take us to the first council initiated item, which is item 12A, and that is regarding establishment of the native plant landscape policy or ordinance.
Okay, great. Well, let's hand this over to the authors, Councilmember Lyons and Hensy.
Thank you. I'll start by teeing it up, and then Councilmember Hensy will likely add some comments, and then we can talk about it as a group. What we prepared was a few pages of kind of background and rationale for requesting a native plant landscape policy. This really derives from what I've been hearing in my time here as a council member from the community, that that our ecology and the character of our community are all wrapped up together. And it's also tied into our visual quality, and that it's an important component of our community to have our environment and our ecology and our habitat and biodiversity as a key element of our character. It also comes from the fact that this is something I do professionally, and I haven't only just been a council member, I've also been a consultant for the city of Encinitas. So I have a perspective from being a designer on development projects within the city. So Councilmember Hensy and I have kind of brainstormed about the best way to put this forward. And let me, instead of going through word for word, I want to summarize the document. I hope that you have read the detail. But first, I'd like to say that I've also vetted this a bit with the community, and one of the comments I've gotten is, well, do we really need a native plant policy? And what has happened is about a year ago, our planning commission started requiring native plants on projects that come before them. And honestly, we don't have a policy that backs that up, but it becomes a kind of silent policy or an unwritten policy when projects are required to adhere to it. So the way we stand right now is that projects that are being designed in our community, they might be, development projects which are multi-use, or housing, or commercial, or office, are required to have 50% of the plants on the property are to be native. So knowing that, my view from my professional background is that across the board, 50% on all projects, it probably needs to be fine-tuned a little bit, where there are some projects that realistically could accommodate that percentage of native plants. However, there are some other projects that it wouldn't make a lot of sense for us to push native plants. For example, if there's a development that's next to an open space that's a nice habitat corridor, but could use some kind of bolstering as far as its habitat, then I could see a project like that. It might be a benefit to have more native plants. But if it's a streetscape or something that's quite urban and it's very limited what your plantable area is, and you really want those plants to do things in addition to provide habitat, but do things like provide shade to reduce the heat island effect, or do other things in the landscape, then natives might not be your best choice there. They just might not do well, and they might not function in a way you need them to function. So kind of long story to feeling like this policy needed to be fine-tuned and clarified. So what we are recommending is that the city look at our current status with a native plant policy, fine-tune it, send it to the Environmental Commission or an ad hoc Planning and Environmental Commission to form a committee, a subcommittee or an ad hoc committee to drill down on what do we need and how would technically what would be the best approach for a native plant policy for our city. We have received several letters of support for this, including from Mark Wisniewski, who is on our Urban Forest Advisory Committee, and Ari Novi, who is our chair of the Environmental Commission and the executive director of Botanical Gardens, and Glenn Schmidt, who is a landscape architect who is also involved in a similar study that the county has currently taken on for a policy for biodiversity, native plants, and equity. So the county has a study going on right now, and I am also a part of it. And we hope that what the county's doing and what the city of Encinitas are doing will have synergy. And Ari Novi is also on that county committee. So, so we've talked to folks in the community. I've specifically heard some folks ask some specific questions, like would this apply to residential, single family residential? And the point is, no, it wouldn't. It would just be for those projects that are going through our permitting process, which is where we're currently asking for native plants. Will there be public input? Well, we believe there should be, and we've added it into this council member initiated item, that this is an opportunity for the public to give comment. We haven't received it yet, but we believe that this process should have public input. What about fire? And you know, fire is an important aspect of our landscapes. Studies have been done that demonstrate that native plants are not more flammable than what I would call exotics or invasives. But it really depends on the right plant in the right place. So that would need to be also addressed by this committee, because we do want to make sure we make a policy that's responsive to the concern of fire. Let's see. Economic impacts. One question was about, well, would we need to bring on additional staff to review plans when they come in? And the fact is, we have staff that reviews landscape plans currently. So this would just be a review of the landscape plans that now include native plants. And you may also have some additional questions that we are happy to answer. So the rationale is that not all sites are the same, and one approach of 50% native plants probably is a one size fits all that might not be appropriate. And And so we want to fine tune this a little bit. We want to identify what natives actually are. You know, are we intending just to go with indigenous plant materials, or are hybrids all right? And so there's a lot of detail here that I think the Environmental Commission and the Planning Commission can help hone, and which would then go to our staff to develop policy around. And another comment I want to make is, you know, we are a floriculture agricultural community, and there's a lot of interest in our community in preserving and also being able to replant and enhance some of the more exotic plants that may not be native. And I think that also needs to be a part of what is looked at under this recommendation, and it's added into the language of what our objectives are with this council member initiated item also. And so I'll toss it over to Kelly if she wants to add some additional comments.
I don't have much to add, but I will say that I'm grateful you let me join up with you on this item, because I think that this is something that's so important to the culture of our city. And it is something long been missing from the Planning Commission. In their deliberations, they'll say, well, we need a policy on that. And definitely something I heard on the campaign trail was people wanted more focus on our landscaping areas and native plants, and you know, supporting our native pollinators here in the city. So I really leaned on you, Councilmember Lyons, and your professional experience through crafting this ordinance. And I'm really happy with how it ended up. I think it's tangible. I think that it's articulating exactly where we're trying to go without adding too much of a burden to our staff that does so much. Something that I think you mentioned, but is worth reiterating, is that we adopted our multiple habitat species program and worked with the Botanic Gardens for a pilot to start introducing natives in critical areas of our city, and that's going really well. And so we just have an amazing partner in the San Diego Botanic Garden to continue building that aspect out of our city. So all I would add is that when you read through some of the examples in this staff report, or in this council member report, looking at Hawaii's, for example, it's really beautiful to see the way that they articulate their values through that document. And I think that that's missing in our city, and that it would enhance so much of what we do.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I will call in the deputy mayor, and then I have a few comments too, or questions too.
Thank you. I hate to sound like a stick in the mud, but I don't think anybody's ever asked about you know, our policy related to native plants. And so to me, some of this seems to me to be in some ways usurping other really critical issues that we have not been able to address while we've been so focused on our housing element. Lisa Schaefer and I, back when we were new council members, we made it a point to dive into the urban forest policies that the city had, and we formed a subcommittee, and we heard a lot of testimony from the public. And I think that the work that we did as part of that, you know, subcommittee effort was significant, and that we had quite an overhaul of our urban forest management policy. We now have a urban forest committee, and I think that they might be a group that we could consult with on something like this. But in terms of you know, the work plans of the Environmental Commission and the Planning Commission, this isn't something that I've ever seen on it, and I don't know that it's the sort of thing that we should impose upon them. So I think that you know, it would be something that I'd be willing to revisit once the county was done with their list, you know, because it seems to me that the work that they're putting in, why not let them come up with a list, and then we take a look at that, and we either plagiarize what they've done and adopt a similar policy. But to be you know, putting our staff and our commissions, which already have limited bandwidth through the same exercise that the county is going through just doesn't make any sense to me. So and for those reasons, I will not be able to support the recommendations. And it isn't that I don't think that our urban forest and having the right plant palette and developments and native species that will attract pollinators, all of those things are really important. And I think overall our community does a great job of managing without a whole lot of, with the limited. I'm trusting that Joy thinks that we need some improvement to our policies, and for that reason, maybe someday we'll get to it, but I just don't consider it a priority at this particular time.
Okay, thank you. Yes, for anybody who thinks that we don't have a lot of diversity of opinion on this council, this is a good discussion to watch because you really see the diversity of opinion. So I'll just share that, I think that there are always an infinite number of things to work on. And when you're on the council, there are 5 of us, and the background you bring, the things you care about, the energy you put into things really helps move the ball forward in important ways. We all represent different parts of the community. Our heart beats differently for different items. Like I know when I was a brand new council member, I felt like as a lawyer that we didn't have a good mediation policy, which we didn't have any. And Tony Kranz and I, Council of the Deputy Mayor, got on a subcommittee and worked through a lot of details that were difficult. Well, what about if that happened? And what if it's a developer? What if it's a person? Is it free? Who pays for it? What do we force them to do? What's optional? Just a lot of details, which when I hear you talking, Councilmember Lyons, about like, it's an informal, unwritten, invisible policy that's being applied to all the development projects. To me, that doesn't sound like the best system because we should make things as clear as possible. But I also don't see the path to how do you decide which ones are next to the native preserve and they have to do 100% native versus the streetscape one or the development project that's an apartment complex, so you're going to have to work through all the details and try to come up with a policy. And I think, the energy that you want to put into that, you and Councilmember Hinsey and the people from the Planning Commission or the Environmental Commission who are interested in that topic too, my vote is yes, do it. I'm excited that you're excited. I think it's great when we have energy that comes to different issues. And, your background is important and substantial, and I think we should utilize it. So the things that you see that are holes we need to fill and improve, I would like to be able to support that. And I'll just say that I would like to support all of my council members and the things that they're interested in. So, if it's vacation rental ordinances, or if it's marijuana regulations, or if it's our, mobility, like all the different things that we work on and form subcommittees that do something and then they end. To me, this is another one that we should accommodate, and I'm excited to do so. And I'm sure that this report itself took hours to put together, and the fact that you're already involved with the county and their best practices and looking at Hawaii, I think that's great and really exciting, and I look forward to what you'll bring back to us. So my question was really, what is the format that you think would be the best? Because when I looked through it, I thought that it might be the best to have the 2 of you, 2 planning commissioners, 2 environmental commissioners, and that you're basically running it through parallel multiple tracks. I mean, before it comes back to us as a proposal, but that like my experience with those types of things is that you are doing public meetings. So you're doing this in public so people can weigh in and you can make some headway. But of course you need some staff support because this can't be outside of the staff. It has to be connected to it. That was my question.
Well, thank you for that question because that's a really good one. I'm certainly open to options, how the council feels best to move forward. But from my experience, when I was on the Environmental Commission with the Cyclovia Encinitas, when we formed the ad hoc commission with the traffic, public safety is what it was called then, and the Environmental Commission to move forward on the Cyclovia Encinitas, that just worked really well because we had representatives from each commission, knowing what their commissions were interested in, really communicating at the moment with staff to move things forward in the best way possible. So it really helped us to streamline the process, which I think is always helpful. We don't want to belabor the process. So I do think that the combined ad hoc commission is the best recommendation to move forward.
Or committee. I think it's like a subcommittee, because it's not a full city commission. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. I appreciate hearing that. And I'd be, wanting to support that and welcome it. Councilmember Muska.
Interestingly for me, the first time I met Councilmember Lyons was at the Arboretum with her husband, enjoying the floral displays there. And the first time we talked about you wanting to be on the city council, we talked about your expertise and your background. So it's great to see you kind of coming into your own and really, bringing, your flavor, what you want to accomplish on the council to kind of to the forefront. So that's good. I think that it sounds like it's really interesting to me. It sounds like it's something that we need to explore further and that we need policy on. And you're willing to dig in, and you have the expertise, and Councilmember Hinsey is working with you on this. It's obviously relevant. The county's looking at it as well. And so I say go for it. Bring it to the commissions, to the planning commission and to the environmental commission, so you can kind of bake this idea a little bit more, work with city staff to bring some recommendations to us. And I look forward to seeing what you bring forward. So thank you.
Do you want to say something, Councilmember Lyons, before I go back to the Deputy Mayor?
No, I'll take my turn after.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
I was just reflecting on my last council member initiated item, which was to have a summit related to bike safety issues, and I had no success. There were no takers. It was kind of a kick the can down the road. So it's interesting to hear you speak about this particular issue. My biggest concern is staff resources and the number of issues that we have talked about wanting to attack that we haven't been able to. And so that's what my concern is staff issues. And I would suggest that maybe what we ought to do, since we do have a joint meeting with the Planning Commission coming up before the end of the month, that perhaps we have this conversation with them to see, since they're the ones that are dealing with the lack of policy that has been raised here, and maybe they have some insights on how they think it should proceed. So council members involved on subcommittees means staff resources to help manage the meetings and address the issues. So, we have asked our city staff to do a whole lot. We've got a ton of work in that department, planning department, because of issues related to our housing element. And so I think it would be best that we figure out how to do this in a way that has the least impact on them.
Okay. Councilmember Lyons.
Well, I do want to respond to the question or concern about a time that this takes. One of the reasons I find that the timing right now is important is because of what the county is already doing. We've got a synergy there. We've got a team of 40 professionals throughout the county who are putting their heads together and are going to move forward on a document for the county. It's going to be a technical document that the county will then take and create policy from. I see that because we've got focused attention from that many professionals, as I mentioned earlier, Ari Novi being one of them, I think it's going to be less of a burden on our city to slipstream in and at the same time tease out from what's being done at the regional level at the county and apply specifically to our city. So I think the timing is really good for streamlining this as much as possible. And I do think it's an important piece in moving forward our community concern with our environment and our ecology. and it could be because this is my profession, but I hear almost everyone that reaches out to me say how important it is to them in our community and how supportive they are of us capturing that in policy. Because if we don't capture it in policy, it's just aspirational. And I think people view us, we view ourselves as being really sustainable, really sensitive, environmentally focused. But if we only wave our hands and say we want these wonderful things, then they're not necessarily going to happen. It's creating our policy that's going to create our future in the direction of where our aspirations are. And this is an area where it's a bit of a low bar in that we've got a lot of people in place already who are excited. Mark Wisniewski with the UFAC, I mentioned other names. And so I think if we can jump on this and take advantage of that synergy, that this is not going to be a burden. So if it's appropriate, I would like to make a motion, seeing no other hands up, for the environment, excuse me, let me make sure I word this right, for the Environmental Commission and the Planning Commission to develop technical guidelines for a city native plant policy in the form of forming a joint ad hoc committee.
I will second that, and I will add, I think Councilmember or Deputy Mayor Krantz, that was a really important point that you did bring up, was that we have this upcoming meeting with the Planning Commission. And so much of what we're trying to do is craft these objective standards out of things that are really quite subjective. And I think the landscaping is so much a part of what we produce as a city. And so this is, so much of what a building and a project ends up looking like is the landscaping itself. I feel like there was one more thing I wanted to add, and I do support your bike summit idea. I just didn't support the timing. So let's keep talking about that, because I'm back and ready to get to work again.
Well, yes. And I think, in fact, it was Joy herself who said she would be on the subcommittee with you on the e-bike, and we all unanimously said, yeah, that's a good idea. So I'm not sure that was exactly accurately portrayed. We did support the e-bike summit or whatever format. I don't think you proposed it in a particular format. City Manager.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So the only thing that I want to say about this, and I've actually spoken to Councilmember Lyons and several of you, is if you would like staff support on this, meaning somebody to monitor meetings, take notes, write staff reports, etc. I'm not going to be able to start this project for several months. I have several planners missing from the planning department right now. And so what I'd like to do is, I can see the direction you're headed, which is great, but we cannot have a new assignment every council meeting. And I say that very reluctantly because I love all of the ideas that you guys bring up. We did just pass a budget 30 days ago, and I'm really trying really hard to keep everybody in some type of work plan. And so I would like an opportunity to talk to the staff about what the timing would be on this. But I'm really hopeful that I don't get a call tomorrow of let's set up a meeting for next week. And I hope all of you understand that it's not that I don't support the idea, but at some point we have to pick the major initiatives that we want to focus staff time on. So this week alone, each one of you contacted me about a number of items and the timing of things that we just passed in the budget in July. And so you have to give us some time to actually get this work done. And if you keep adding things, what I'm going to tell you is that's the reason why the other things you're asking me about are not getting done. So I get that you want to do this. I've had many conversations with Councilmember Lyons, and I'm happy to have this go. But right now we have design review standards that need to get done. We have a streetscape project that has to get all of the timing and all of the financing done, and it's the same people. So keep that in mind. I will get back with all of you in terms of the staffing. If this is something that a subcommittee wants to do and not put staffing towards, and 3 months from now somebody wants to bring something forward, we can do that as well. But I'm really getting concerned with the number of new ideas that are coming up that seem like no big deal, but they're a lot of work. So if you will give me just an opportunity to talk to the staff and find out what our staffing, I just was communicating with one of our staff members and he said, maybe we could get our new planner to do it. I said, is that person hired? No. So if you give us some time, I don't know what the timing is that you want to do something like this, but I just really want to caution you. I get it that you all want to support each other, but we do have a lot of work, and I may just have to come back and say that if we do this, then this other thing is going to be pushed aside for a few months. So we have to just decide the timing of things.
Councilmember Lyons?
Yeah, I just want to respond to Pam's comment, and I respect that, and I know you are managing everything the best possible way. If we were to follow the Sequoia Encinitas model, we did kind of work without staff support for a while, kind of where it was kind of technical and brainstormy, and then loop staff in when the city said that was appropriate. So I'm certainly happy to support you in what you need and work with what your limitations are, or our limitations are. We're in this together.
Councilmember Hinsey? Yep.
Yeah, I think that I envisioned it being, because of Joy's professional expertise and the folks that she's recruited to assist with this, I envisioned that much of the work would be done by volunteers. And so perhaps the city attorney can get back to us and let us know how we might be able to conduct some brainstorming sessions that's consistent with the Brown Act, and that we can welcome the public in to take part without, violating that. And I'm fine with the timeline too for this taking a couple months.
Do you want to say anything, Leslie?
Yeah, I'm mute.
Sorry, I was on mute. I'm going to have to kind of envision what the subcommittee things are that you're doing, and make sure that they're, minority of the group, and that you get together and have those meetings. It sounds like that is all very doable.
It sounds like an ad hoc committee. Why don't we call it an ad hoc committee instead of a subcommittee, and then you won't even have this issue, right? I mean, if it's an ad hoc committee between different folks.
Yeah,
sorry,
if you have an ad hoc committee and just two people say, yeah, I'm going to do it. If you set up a formal ad hoc committee that works continually, then it's a committee formed by the council that then has to be Brown Act compliant. So I kind of got to know what everybody wants to do. It sounds like you don't want it Brown Act, but you want a few people just to go work on it together to bring some information back before the council, and that could be easy, and that just, you kind of just do it. But the more formal you make it, the more regular it meets, then by law it has to be Brown Act compliant, which then will involve staff and the city attorney, et cetera, to make sure the noticing and the agendas are posted and things of that nature. But yes, to Councilmember Mosca's point, yeah, two people just say, yeah, I'm going to go do this. You get two people from somebody else, and you just make it happen. Would be fine.
This is Kathy, if I could just interrupt. We do have a city council policy for city council subcommittees that they do follow Brown Act and require 72-hour notice. So just a reminder that if this is a city council subcommittee, it is subject to the Brown Act.
So let's just do an ad hoc committee. So just make that your motion, that you form an ad hoc committee. And then
but is it city council, are city council members, or is it just environmental and planning commission?
Which is preferred? Because my experience is just planning commission. That's what I'm familiar with. Kelly, do you have some thoughts?
Oh, well, I guess That's something I don't know the right way to go about. Like if you and I present at those commission meetings and we ask for interest, and then we have the group of the commissioners decide who the appointees will be, is there any problem with that, City Attorney?
No, no. So two ad hoc members here would make a pitch to the planning commission and get two people who were volunteers to be ad hoc. Yeah, that should work just fine.
Okay.
And how would you pair?
So just make it a motion that the two ad hoc members are going to work on the native plant policy.
And I believe that's what my motion was. I called it a joint ad hoc committee.
Correct. Yeah, your motion was for the environmental and planning commissions to form an ad hoc joint committee for the purpose of developing technical guidelines for a city native plant policy.
I will second that again.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote.
Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons?
Yes.
Councilmember Mosca? Yes. Deputy Mayor Kranz?
No.
And Mayor Blakespear?
Yes.
Motion carries with Deputy Mayor Kranz voting no.
Okay, there's another council member initiated item from Councilmember Lyons, so go ahead.
Actually, on this one, it was prepared by Councilmember Hensy and myself, and she has said that she will take the presentation this evening.
Yes, so I will do the presentation. I will make it very short. And so this is just the City Council's reaffirmation of Prop 12, which was known as the Prevention of Cruelty to Farm Animals Act, and that passed by a big margin in the state of California and by 61.5% here in San Diego County. And so the mandate came into effect in a phased approach. So the part of the act that is discussing calves that are used for veal, that went into effect on December 31st, 2019. So the second portion of this proposition goes into effect December 31st, 2021. And that raises the standards for egg-laying hens and mother pigs so that they have more room to be cage-free. And this was brought forward to us by an Encinitas resident who I believe has stuck with us to the end of the meeting. That's Kathleen. And she was working with Kate from Michigan, who's also on the call, and she's also stuck it out that long, who was a policy expert for the Humane Society. So basically, to distill the importance of this act that we're taking here tonight, this resolution just creates some urgency and some awareness around the fact that this deadline is coming for supermarkets and for those in our city that stock products that might not be cage-free or cruelty-free at this time. And it gives them a heads up that this is coming at the end of the year so that they can prepare their sourcing. And it's important because during COVID times, there are a lot of supply chain issues, so it's hard to get things on time. And so giving the businesses in our city a little bit of awareness that this is coming by passing this resolution tonight, they'll be better prepared to make sure that they don't have any inventory left on their shelves come December at the end of this year, and that they've also ordered things with enough time in advance so that they can avoid shortages. So that's all I will say. It's really a positive thing for both animals and for human health, and it was something that Jody Hubbard had expressed interest into tonight. So I feel that we're kind of putting a bow on something that was important to her, and that's all. And I think we do have 2 public comments, so perhaps we could go to the commenters before Councilmember Lyons and I ask any questions.
Great. Our first public speaker is Kate Brindle. Kate, you can start when ready.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Kate Brindle, and I'm a public policy specialist with the Humane Society of the United States. And on behalf of the Humane Society, I'm speaking in strong support of item 12B, which is a resolution that encourages food corporations with locations in Encinitas to come into compliance with Proposition 12, cage-free requirements for eggs and pork now. I would like to thank Councilmember Hensy and Councilmember Lyons for introducing this resolution and for their work on the measure. So in 2018, as Councilmember Hinsey outlined, California voters passed a statewide ballot initiative called Proposition 12 with an overwhelming majority. And it ensures that calves used for veal, mother pigs, and egg-laying hens aren't locked in tiny cages, and that by the end of 2021, eggs sold in the state must come from birds in cage-free housing systems, and pork cannot come from facilities that use cramped cages for mother pigs. And so compliance with Proposition 12 now is critical, since a rush in the final weeks of this year, when Prop 12's egg and pork mandates go into effect, could put companies at risk of not having enough product. And coming to compliance prior to the last possible moment would also ensure a smooth transition for retailers and consumers, and it would allow suppliers time to plan ahead and keep costs down for customers. Some of the largest food companies in the country with locations in Encinitas, including Target, Vons, Taco Bell, Chipotle, and others, made pledges even before Prop 12 to eventually go cage-free. Prop 12 is a modest move in the right direction and is part of a nationwide push to help end factory farming abuses. When voters in Encinitas passed Proposition 12 into law, they demonstrated that they oppose farm animal cruelty, and they want to know that the eggs, pork, and veal being sold within the city did not come from animals locked in cage confinement. A resolution can induce companies to embrace a cage-free future. So for these reasons, I once again thank Council Members Hinsey and Lyons and ask that the Council please support item 12B. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And then our next speaker is Kathleen Kastner. Kathleen, you can start when ready.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Kathleen Kastner. I'm a resident of Encinitas, and I would like to thank you all for considering my comments. And a big thank you to Council Members Lyons and Hinsey, and my respective former Council Member Hubbard for your support of the Prop 12 resolution. I am here to kindly ask the Council to please enact item 12B, which would encourage food corporations with locations in Encinitas to come into compliance with Prop 12's cage-free requirements for eggs and pork as soon as possible. A similar resolution was passed in Berkeley, Oakland, and Los Angeles, demonstrating the importance of Encinitas, also calling on food companies to implement Prop 12's requirements now. Confined animal feeding operations, or CAFOs, pack enormous numbers of animals into tiny areas by confining egg-laying hens and mother pigs and calves used for veal in cages so restrictive they are barely able to move. This produces extremely concentrated amounts of waste that wreaks havoc on the environment and public health. The intensive confinement of farm animals also risks disease, which in the age of COVID-19 is something we cannot afford to allow to continue. The recent United Nations report on preventing future pandemics warns that the extreme confinement of farm animals is one of the top 2 risk factors for zoonotic disease emergence. Through Prop 12, we have an opportunity to make urgently needed improvements between the link between animal welfare and food safety. For these reasons, I ask that the Council please adopt item 12B. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and that does conclude speakers.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor Kranz.
Thank you, and thank you to the council members who brought this forward. This is an easy one for me to support. Like several of you, I have hens at my house, and we've just recently brought in a bunch of new young hens and gone through the process of seeing them become acclimated with the old hens. We've got some old hens, and you know, I think about how easy they've got it. The girls have got it really easy. They got a nice yard to wander around in, and plenty of space, and lay their eggs where they choose to, and they make those sounds when they lay their eggs, and it's just a lot of fun to have them here. But it reminds of that documentary called Food Inc., which showed you know, how our factory farms have created less than, you know, some pretty inhumane conditions for our animal friends. So I supported this proposition when it was on the ballot, and I support this resolution. And I would be glad to walk with any of my colleagues without forming a subcommittee, because that seems to be kind of complicated, and go to these stores and ask that they read our resolution and do everything that they can to adopt it. So I would move approval.
Okay, well, that was good. We also have backyard chickens, hens, 7 of them, and yeah, they are so happy when they have space, and so it does seem, it's not a surprise that this passed with such a large margin. So thank you to the council members who brought this forward, and to the community members who care so passionately about this and have been, trying to push us along here. I appreciate your dedication. So was that a second from Councilmember Mosca?
That was a second. And to end this evening, I'm going to call the question in a second if somebody continues to talk. No, I'm joking.
Okay, good. I'm glad
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Okay. No, it's good for you to call the question. I encourage you to do that.
Let's get to the question.
So let's vote.
Okay, Councilmember Hensy?
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons?
Yes.
Councilmember Mosca?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Kranz?
Yes.
And Mayor Blakespear?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Well, good. Well, we are done with all of our items. We are going to conclude tonight's meeting in honor of 2 people. And before we do that, I'm going to see if we have any reports from our city clerk, city attorney, city manager. Any reports?
Nothing for me.
Okay. Okay. So Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. Just recently, a longtime Encinitas resident, Mr. William Howell, passed away, and I wanted to have the opportunity to say a few words about him and adjourn this meeting in his honor. He is someone who contributed greatly to the community. I played Little League Baseball on a team called Howell, Needler, and Ott, and it was an insurance company, and he was a named partner in that firm. He was involved opening banks. He served on the San Diego School Board, and he raised 3 wonderful kids here in Leucadia. Bill Howell played football and was quite an athlete. His daughter Beth Howell was also a very good track runner and athlete, and another daughter, Becky. And so he was involved in starting the YMCA. He invested in our downtown. He owned property on 2nd Street, and the family still owns that property on 2nd Street between D and E streets. And for all his contributions to the community, I just thought it was important to acknowledge the wonderful life that he led and the great family that he raised here in Encinitas.
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor. The second person that we're honoring tonight and ending the meeting in honor of is Mary Arbayo Magana. So this is Teresa Barth, who's our former council member and mayor. It's her aunt. And so I'm just going to read a little bit. I'm going to read a paragraph that was posted on Facebook. She died at age 99. So this was posted on Facebook by the San Diego Academy Alumni Association. So she's a graduate of our local high school here. So this is what they posted. We regret to tell you that we lost a valued member of our alumni committee yesterday, which was on the 9th. So that was 2 days ago. Mary Arbayo Magana, graduate of the class of 1940 and SDUHSD's first certified teacher. Mary was just a month or so shy of her 99th birthday, yet until the COVID lockdown, nothing kept her from getting out of the house. She was always present at alumni committee meetings and a steady volunteer for alumni projects, ranging from stuffing envelopes to representing founders at alumni events, unless she was due to pick up one of her great-grandchildren from school. She ran her own alumni transportation service for fellow founders who couldn't drive, often showing up to events with 3 or 4 classmates in her car. She spoke at faculty and staff receptions about her experiences teaching at San Diego in the mid to late 1940s. She talked to current students about high school in the 1930s. And she was there at every fallen alumni service to give a voice to her classmates and students who passed away in World War II and the Korean War. Mary never had a bad word to say about anyone. She was a kind, soft-spoken woman who charmed young and old Mustangs, as well as numerous San Diego principals, who wrote and there was a wonderful article written about her. So she was asked what advice she would give young people today. And in reading her answer, it says, "We know for a fact that her words reflected how she chose to live her life. Take things in stride, be a good listener, befriend those off by themselves, take a look around and make up your own mind." That's me, she said. So with that, we're honoring the history there. So I think that's it. So we are now adjourned, and our next meeting is on, let me see the date, the 18th. Yes, 18th. All right. Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you all. Good night.